No, Wakey Wakey was I don't know, like 2016. I'm gonna say it came out 2017. Anyway, I was hitting my best, man, with all this shit, man, and he called my wife one day and said, "Could you have him stop talking to me about this shit, please?" And I'm laughing my ass. I'm like, he called you and said, "Please have him stop talking about this shit." Yeah, okay.
Oh,
And I'm like,
gosh.
all right. But every time I got with him from that point on, man, I would bring up at least one phenomenon that couldn't be explained. Whether it was gas pressure without a container. Yeah.
What
Or
about what about your family, like your mother?
mom's
Um,
dad, dad's dad, brothers, sisters, or shit. Fuck. No chance in hell. I'm not even going to try. They're done. You know, moving on.
yeah,
I did hit up
I feel you.
my wife's sister has a family, and I got them going on, and yeah, they're hip. They're hip. So
Yeah, it's
yeah, I
tough,
try,
man.
man, a little bit here and there, man. There's no, I talked to 100 peoples on the street. Who knows what I influenced? I don't know, but the guy that influenced me in flat Earth, man, it was just like a weird happenstance, and I didn't try to defute anything he was showing me because I had no clue. What I never looked into the rotation and the speed of planets and shit. No, I never. What? We're spinning how fast? And I'm like, oh, shit, that's interesting. Holy shit, that's some fast speeds, man. Satellites are fake. What? Get out of here, man. I'm like, okay, I
Yeah,
gotta check this. That was kind of like where it started. It was like one little 10-minute thing that guy spent with me, and then I talked to him maybe 3 or 4 times after that, but I never talked to him after 2015, man. He was gone, man, like the wind. But it was just that one little thing. He had his iPhone with him, and he just showed me a couple pictures and said, "Satellites are fake, man. They're not real." And I was like, "What?" He goes, "Dude, find me pictures, satellite in space." And I'm like, I get home and I'm like, all right, I got this one, man. No problem.
yeah,
Satellites in space. Google search, man, right? 2015. I'm like, oh shit, that's all fake, man. All that shit's fake, man. Whoa, 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 what's going on? And back then, man, if you search something like that, man, there might be some suggestions. I clicked on a couple of those. I ended up on Eric Dubay, 200 proofs. I'm like, what? So that's where it started, man, for me. 20,
no doubt.
I had already I knew they were lying to us about money. I knew they were lying to us about, wars. I knew they were lying to us about, I certainly had a lot of questions for the moon landing shit.
Yeah, and 9/11. That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother topic. I
9/11,
mean,
we got the school thing with
yeah, man.
the guy that's the marksman, apparently, and the
Yup.
coroner that has great photographers.
Yeah.
I'm like, where's the pictures of this massacre, man? Where are they, bro? I gotta see them.
Yeah.
Right? Hang on, I'll be right back, man. I gotta get.
Yeah, man. Fucking crazy. Hey. We're living in zombie land.
Zombie land. Don't go zombie.
Zombie land. You look around you, nothing but zombies.
Dude, man, I've got. Where do we
Zombies
get
looking
there?
at their cell phones.
So when I first got into this, I go, man, I just need the nail in the coffin, flat Earth proof, man, and I can convince anybody. I just need that one little fucking nuggie that can snap people out of it, man. What's it going to be? Gas
Yeah.
pressure without a container? No. We see too far? Nope, that's not. We didn't go to the moon. No, that's not going to do. Dude, I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any one silver bullet, right? I haven't found one yet.
There's gotta be.
It's
There's
gotta
gotta
be,
be,
but
man.
I'm still a believer that there has to be, but I'm not
Has to be, bro.
convinced
Has to be.
that I haven't found it yet. Okay, I'll admit I've been looking. There's just got to be this one. Okay, the wires hanging from the space station. Nope, that didn't do it. Where do we? Wires on the moon. No, that's not the cocoa. The cocoa.
Yeah, it's a
The
toughie.
cocoa, man. No, that didn't do it. Shit. Well, actually, the cocoa has helped in a lot of people, at least willing to talk to you about interesting topics for sure.
Yeah.
They don't. There's a lot of people out there, man, that are going through this cocoa thing, man, and really looking at what the hell's going on, man. And I met, I don't know, maybe half a dozen people that are. If it wasn't for cocoa, I wouldn't be here on Flat Earth. Man. Like, what? Really? Ooh. I don't know. The awakening. What's up with that? The Great Awakening? Hey, man, it's as great as you make it. I guess that's the best advice I can give you. The awakening is as great as you want to make it, man. It's cool. It's great. It's great, man. So embrace it. Enjoy it. Take it for a ride, man. Take it for a spin. Just keep it,
What
keep it in
you're
reality.
talking about life, you mean?
Yeah, everything, man. I mean, you're gonna have to deal with everything every day, man. Flat tires to, weird people at the grocery store. You don't know. You're gonna have to deal with them, man. And if you deal them with the right way, man, everything will be fine, man.
Dude, speaking of flat tires, I got a new. Yeah, man. Like 12/12/2020, I got into a car accident. I broke my back. Long story short, I broke my back.
Hold on.
I broke my leg. I broke my arm. I broke my hip.
Shit.
I broke the whole left side of my body, dude.
You're wrecked. You got wrecked, we call it, man.
I got banged up, man.
Yeah,
banged the fuck up. But now, fast forward to now, I'm walking again. I'm
nice.
like, you know what I mean? I got screws in my back. I got a metal rod in my leg. But hey, I'm alive, brother.
Dude,
I'm alive. Man.
I know a dozen guys that have similar shit, bro. At least.
Yeah, bro. It's crazy, man. You know, it's crazy.
Hey, I was the first Xer ever born, man. I was the first. Yep. Anyway, that's how old I am, man. Yeah, I'm right on the cusp, man. I am either the first Xer or the very last boomer. Isn't that something, man?
You don't sound like a boomer. You sound like you're 30.
I'm an Xer. It sounds like I'm an Xer. Yeah, exactly. Because I am an Xer, man. Because I came about through all the extreme games, man. From, snowboarding, skateboarding, surfing. Some surfing.
Oh, I used to love skateboarding.
Just a lot of advances in like the kite surfing. I mean, fucking Xers fucking rocked the world, man, when it came to extreme sports, man. Pretty cool stuff. Proud to be an
dude, I
Xer, man.
I love extreme sports, man. I love them. I grew up playing Tony Hawk. I grew up playing Tony Hawk on PlayStation. It was my favorite game, you know. So,
Yep.
I grew up in the '90s.
Beautiful,
early
man.
2000s. Yeah.
So yeah, to get wrecked in a car, it's no different than these guys go through with the extreme sports shit, man. some of them get really wrecked, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's kind of why I brought it up, man. I know a lot of Xers, and they've been just racked, dude, and screws and plates and all kinds of shit in their bodies, man. I'm fortunate, man. I had just some minor injuries, no major broken anything. I'm fortunate, but
that's good. Yeah,
I just knew my limitations, man. I wasn't gonna push it to the max. I was gonna let those other Mongos do that shit. And they did, man. Those fuckers kicked ass doing 900s. Fuck off. Sick, bro. Sick as shit. 900s. Get out of here. It's never been done, man. Anyway, Tony Hawk. Yeah, him and I are about pretty close to the same age, man. I think we're only a couple months apart. Yeah.
Tony Hawk, man.
Yeah, Tony and I are pretty close.
That's crazy, bro. So you're in your 50s then?
Yeah.
You sound like you're 30, bro. No joke.
I know, man. Well, I keep myself. I learned a lesson a long time ago about being young and knowing you're cognitive young, but the fact is, man, I've lived a few decades, so. But that's cool, man. But I remember this little kid, man, look at this old man, and he was so the old man was just fucking cool as fuck. I known the guy a long time, but and the little kid said, dude, you're not old. You're super young spirited or something like that. And it was like, oh shit, that was good. Mm-hmm. Young spirit, old body, whatever, man. We want to be out there handing out some truth every day if we can.
Exactly.
There are days that you can't hand it out. And it's a great knowledge to hand out. And be thankful that you are the ones that get to hand it out.
Yeah, man. I think, and I honestly think God will, Yep.
So just keep handing out the good news, man, with where they live, man. Just if they can figure it out, good for them. If they can't, man, Next, what do you got? Well, situations come up where you can interject just the right thing at the right time. And I'm always looking for those. If somebody's talking about the moon, oh shit. Oh, let's talk about, are we looking at the moon? Like, do you guys know how far the moon is from here? I think it's like 1,200 miles. Or fuck, they don't know.
Oh no.
They don't know the first thing about where they think they live. They don't even know the first thing about where they think they live, dude. That's the weird one. They're like, you think you live on a spinning ball shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. And they don't know the first thing about it. But yet, if you say, hey, man, you're flat, stationary, not moving, everything else is moving around you, man. You can't experience that in your reality. Nope. No, man. Nope.
The moon,
It's the most crazy phenomenon in all of psychological history, man. I'm pretty sure. It is beyond my imagination that people will deny their reality. It's just beyond me. I can't believe they just deny it that fast. That's some serious brainwashing, as far as I can tell. Woo! Boy,
serious, man. Serious
brainwash.
No critical thinking skills.
Not even the closest thing to critical thinking. Hang in there. Let's keep pointing out reality. If they can't see it, that's on them, man. It's not on us.
Yeah, you just gotta try to plant the seed. That's it.
Plant a seed, man. That's all it took for me. Most of you probably, I know QE, man, even in here all the time, man. Somebody planted the seed in his head. Look what came from that. You never know. You never know.
Yeah.
So plant some seeds. Let's see if it grows. I think it's growing beyond our data insets that we get from YouTube or whatever, man. I think it's way bigger. They're trying so hard right now to obscure the reality of the situation. They're putting everything they got, all cards in. They're going full fucking balls out, all in. And that's the way they're rolling right now, man. So we'll call the bluff.
Yep.
We'll call it the bluff.
Yeah. They're doing their best to cut off our communication, you know? Why do you think we gotta fucking wear masks everywhere we go? You know? I mean...
That's a good point, man. I remember talking about that back a couple years ago. It's like, why else would they want to put those stupid fuck all things on? Lock everything down. Oh, they're cutting everything off. They're cutting everybody off from talking to each other like we're talking right now. Yeah, it was brutal, man. Yeah, we took a lot of big hits trying to talk to each other about what the hell's going on. And they did a good job of censoring us, man. They called it misinformation. It followed us like the plague did, man. Misinformation followed us like the plague. Well, I'm going to continue to call it out. I'm going to continue to call these cucks out, call them assholes and dick fucking asshole fucks. And
atheist scumbags.
Scumbag bitches, whatever. They're absolute fucking people I just despise, and obviously they're doing it for everything they do. They're doing it for the wrong reasons, man. It's sad. It's sad for them, man. I feel bad in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and in a way, like, you know, like if you're awake like we are, in a way, like it's kind of it makes us feel alone, because it's like look around and there's nobody you could talk to. You know what I mean? Like it's like you know, I mean, there's no one you could talk to about it. They'll call you crazy, conspiracy theorist, you know.
Yep. So I listen to so many live streams and shit online, trying to figure out when I could go to a flat earth meetup. I'm watching, I don't know, I probably was Mark Sargent or anyway. There was all these meetups, man, and one of them was even in my city at one point, but I just the way it worked out, I never made it, man. I couldn't make it. I wanted to go and hang out with somebody else that thought the earth was flat. I thought that would be cool, man. Oh my goodness, I want to do that.
Oh, definitely.
You know, I'm like, oh my shit, fuck yeah, right? So twice, man, I was in Chicago for like a weekend, and there was like this meetup, like around like 20 miles from where I'm staying, right? And I don't know, it was just one of those days, man, where I was just absolutely drained, energy wise, and I'm like, I can't go to I gotta lay down on the bed, dude. I'm done. I'm just done. And I missed that one. So I finally see one, man. It's 100 miles from my house, right? I'm like, okay, I'm going. I'm driving. I'm driving to this motherfucker. And sure shit, man, I got up at 9, drove my ass out to the meetup. And it was just amazing to stand there and say, man, there's like 50 flat earthers here. Holy shit, this is awesome. It was crazy cool, man. I'll never forget it. But to have a place to talk to somebody about this, where we live, there's nothing like it, man. And nobody's going to call you a lunatic for saying, I think that it's flat. Oh, fuck. So, yeah, man, I always encourage flat earthers to get together if you can and hang out, be friends, whatever, man. It'll work out. It'll work out.
Yeah, and I think we're doing God's work, to be honest, you know.
And this Discord is an absolute gem of a place to come and say, hey, man, I want to hang out with some flat earthers tonight, man. Oh, shit. I know where to go. Yeah, I'm going to go to the Flat Earth Discord, man. Shit, here we go. And it's great, man. Great to hang out with Dave and everybody, man. Everybody's been great around here.
Yeah, bro.
So keep it going, man. I'm a cheerleader, like our friend in Japan, man, Mr. Jin. I love you, Mr. Jin. Him and I go way back, man. Yeah. So just cheerleaders. Let's keep going. We got this. You know, I know there's tough days, man. I know there is. I've been through them. And it's easy to just say, oh, yeah, I'm not interested in that anymore. I'm going to focus on making pottery. Like, I'm down with that. Go focus on pottery for a while. Yes, but come back, man. Don't be, don't go away completely. So, I don't know. Do I have all the answers? Fuck no, man. Not even close. All of us together, I think we do have the answers. And we're getting really close. And that's why we're censored so much. Because they can't have us communicating and sharing files and videos and for, on a large audience, man. They just can't do it. Can't let that happen. So we're going to have to do it on a small audience. We got a small audience, man. It's actually might be a perfect size audience. It depends on how you look at it. But the censorship, the conversations that go on here should, if it was 25 years ago, it would have been the best radio show in all of human history. I guarantee it. It would have been the most popular show ever. Because the diversity of the subjects that we cover. I mean, we mostly flat Earth around here, but the science and the gas pressure and light and angles and just the shit just goes on and on and on, and it's so entertaining to somebody that has an open mind to say, oh, we're talking about lasers, or light attenuation today. Oh, cool, man. I like that. But we're so obscure today, man. There's so much content being produced by everybody's cell phones. We're just getting smattered into non-Kardashian awareness of, if it was the Kardashians talking about flat Earth, how would that go, man? Tell me. If the Kardashians come out tomorrow and said the Earth is flat, this place would fucking, it would blow up, right? Come on. We'd have people just dying to get in here. So, if you control the media, you control the narrative. And our narrative is completely different than their narrative. And I'll plant that flag in the ground for sure. So, yeah, we're up against it. Hey, man,
but at least we're awake.
Well, at least we're hanging out together, man. Because otherwise, I'll be just sitting out here playing like fucking solitaire on my computer or something, or something stupid. One of the greatest flat earthers in the world, his name is Jibby Jedi. He's one of the greatest. He'll go down in history as a modern rebel flat earther. He played like, I don't know, a couple of 100,000 games of Candy Crush. I think he has the record.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
For some reason, that game, I tried to psychoanalyze him a little bit one night and tried to figure out why it worked for him. But something in his brain clicks. But he would come up with some of the greatest flat earth proofs you could ever imagine. He wasn't the greatest video editor and producer in the world, but he gave it a go, man. And he had some stuff that was completely obscure from the flat earth people, man. And it was weird, man. But I'll find his video. I'll drop it in the links here, man. But it was just some space shuttle cuckery that they were pulling off. And anyway, I'll drop the video. And you guys decide, man. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, the cuckery of the mainstream media is absolutely ridiculous, man.
I stay away from it. I don't even watch TV.
I get it, man, but I'm just telling you, I don't have to tell you, because you know how ridiculous it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, this is called STS Launches. Is this it? Let me, no, I don't think this, it might be it. All right, that ain't it. So what do you think, man? Pay attention to some of the cuckery that's going on the mainstream, like interest rates going up almost a point today, man. I mean that. I mean, even my normie friends are like, "Whoa." That's we call that a ripple, man. I think that's a ripple. I could be wrong. I don't know. The market has been rippled recently. I don't like to pay attention to it, but it's out there, man. That's what they're putting out. So I'm not buying into their shit. I'm just saying that's what they're putting out. They put out a lot of shit, and every day there's just so much. There's a lot of information being pushed, pushing the information.
Universal.
You all right?
Yeah.
All right, me too. I was just trying to find that video, man. Do you know who Robert Bassano is?
No.
You ever hear of a YouTube channel called Plante Veritas? Plante Veritas.
Very possibly.
All right. Where do I go with that?
Possibly.
2016, QE and Robert Bassano were doing Google Hangouts. And Robert Bassano, man, he on his own time, man, he would just start calling up agencies at NASA. Whether it was Hubble or Sophia.
Oh, that's funny.
Or NASA. Yeah, he would just go live. Sometimes he recorded it. Sometimes he went live and then edited, if it was a recording, he just posted later. But yeah, he would get these guys on the phone, man, about their Hubble telescope and get some really intimate details about how it's supposed to work. Anyway, it was a great. He was unbelievable, man, and he knew the language and the physics, and as good as QE does. And he would just question these guys about the different velocities and heights and miles above Earth and the rotate, and he would just literally dominate these Mongos, man, because he knew way more about it than they did, and they're supposedly working there. Anyway, it was fascinating. It was great. I'll drop you a link, man. But all those videos are still available for you to watch.
Yeah, drop me a link.
Yeah, man. I mean, you have to go back to the beginning, but you'll look through the list and you can see some of the hangouts were like maybe, 4 or 5 hours long. So read the description of the video and then figure it out for yourself. But yeah, a lot of them are great, man. But yeah, here's the link in the live stream voice text, man. I'll put it in there. Yeah, it's good. Plantes Veritas, man. Yeah, him and QE, man, sit around and talk about physics and science all day long, man. It was great. Thank you, guys.
Plante Veritas.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, man. The last thing he said, his last video on this one, man, where he signs off and says, I gotta take a break. But he said, hey, man, we're not going to figure this thing out until we can take a rocket all the way up and see what we can see. That's kind of where he left it. It's like, yeah, man, he's probably right in a lot of ways, man. We're not going to know how far Antarctica is, Yeah, we don't know.
Oh, this is 5 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago, man. Yeah, it was a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, but the revealing stuff that the NASA says about the Hubble and Sophia, that he's gone through a lot of things, like railgun, satellites, the moon. I mean, he breaks it down really fun, and he's very colorful with his language, if you know what I mean. He's not afraid to use fucking A, motherfuckers. He would be straight up with you, and I love that. I appreciate that about him. But he also knew his physics, science. Him and QE hanging out together. It was stupid, man. It was stupid. It was stupid good, and changed my life, man. Those guys absolutely crushed the science. I didn't understand the scientific method until I saw these two guys breaking it down. Oh, shit. Ain't that a bitch? Damn. That was a learning lesson. The lesson of the actual scientific method.
4+ years now with no.
Oh.
You good?
Yeah, I gotta check it out later.
All right, man. Check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Let's just listen to a couple of them, man. You don't even have to watch them, man. If you're like driving or something, pop one on, man. Have a listen. Pretty funny shit, man. You'll laugh, I guarantee you. And you'll learn something at the same time. Laughing and learning. Who would have ever thought that was a good idea? Laughing and learning together. Oh, ain't that a bitch?
That's right.
If you ain't laughing and learning, man, you're doing it all wrong, man. That's my quote. Shout out to Isa McCall's Isa. All right, man. Who else? We got Timbo, Cuddy. You guys jump in, man. Somebody, Seb. Somebody? Anybody?
Oof.
Hey, Yokes. You there?
Guess people are sleeping.
It happens, man. People sleep. Ain't that something? Damn.
Yeah.
Or who's the babe on the beach? Cuddy.
All right. Who the hell was that?
Cuddy.
Is that an? Oh no, never mind.
Cuddy, man, you drop that shit. Pick up your mic, man. Give me some love, man.
Ooh.
Help me out.
Those tits look.
It looks like a deep fake to me, man. It's 100% deep fake.
Yeah, those tits look fake to me.
Everything is fake. It's not even real, man. Why are you dropping?
Yeah, no.
Cuddy, why are you dropping?
Yeah, that's not real. That's not.
Oh, he's looking at the horizon. Okay. Let's get back to the horizon. I get you.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It's the horizon. How far above her tits is the horizon?
Horizon.
I got horizon. Ah.
Oh. Right. The observations.
You guys are just the worst influence, man. Hey,
The
I love a good beach photographs. I'm down with that. But the horizon is definitely the focal point of the picture, right? Come on, flat earthers. Back me up on. All right. Wow. I don't know, man. So the world's all fucked up, and we realize it. That's kind of a shitty place to be, and that's why a lot of people avoid it, I think. They know the world's fucked up, but they're not willing to come out in public and say, "Look, man, this whole system is shit fucked up, and I know it. You know it. We know it. But what can I do about it? What can I do? I gotta work. I gotta wipe my ass. Wash my fucking car. I gotta take care of the wife. I gotta pick up the kids. I gotta go. I know this place is fucked up, but I gotta just do what I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? I gotta keep doing, because that's the system, man. System says I can't get out of the system, bro. Can't just pick up and go live in the woods and survive. No, that shit ain't gonna fucking cut it. I gotta go.
Just live off the grid. Yeah.
Live off the grid. Yeah. You know, most people ain't even close to off the grid, right? They ain't even close. Yeah, I know some people that are pretty close to off the grid, man. Pretty close. But, you know, they still rely on trucks and engines and shit, bringing them food, you know. So. But yeah, they ain't gonna, you know, it's super hard to break through to these people, man. They're just trying to get through. They might go, yeah, you're right, bro. Earth's flat. I gotta go to work. I'll see you later, bro. I mean, it might be that simple, right? But the reality is they got to go to work, man. They got to go hump some work, get some money.
Yeah.
That's
I know.
Reality, bro.
Yeah.
Without the money, man. Without the money, you can't get the milk, get the water, or whatever. And that's just, you know, I'm no different, man. I have to get up and kick some ass every day and just keep the lights on, as they say, man. Keep the lights on.
Yeah.
But you can enjoy it a lot more if you're awake. Believe me. And once you know, man, a lot of really cool things will come your way as well, because
I believe so.
Because you're trying to help other people. Good things will happen to you, man. Trust me, man. I've lived it. I love it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It works. It works.
Yeah, you put good energy out there. Yeah.
It's all gonna come back, baby. Tenfold, man. By the way.
Yeah.
Well, if you knew that, the guy told me that a long time ago, man. Comes back tenfold, and it's like, wow, what a trip. I think he's right. Yeah, I've been blessed tenfold, no doubt. At least tenfold. Maybe it might be more. It's probably a lot more, actually. Well, Davey, you didn't die in the crash, brother. But you got racked, bro. You got racked.
Yeah, I got racked, man.
So what's after all these screws and plates and grafts or whatever else they did? Do you experience a little bit of pain still, or?
Here and there.
Yeah, well, dude, me too, man. My injuries still haunt me. I'm like, oh shit, it's cold outside. Oh fuck, that hurts. The weather affects me more than anything. So, yeah, it can sting. And cold weather's very harsh.
Yeah, man.
So, try to stay warm,
it's definitely life-changing, but yeah.
Well, a lot of people rely on heating in the winter. Where I live, I really don't. I mean, I could get away with it or without it. I'm not going to freeze to death, man. There's no way. I might be cold.
No.
I'm not going to freeze to death. Ever.
No.
It doesn't get that cold where I'm at. Might get down to freezing for like a couple of hours here and there. As soon as the sun comes up, man, that shit's over.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
It's
awesome, man.
Yeah, man, it's a arid desert climate, man, basically. But yeah, if they cut the water off and everything, like power, yeah, we're toast. End times. We're done. Davey, it's over, man. They cut the water power, man. All fuck all's gonna fuck off.
Yeah.
And I think they could do it at any time if they wanted to. But for some reason, they haven't. I don't know, there's some kind of karma thing with it. All their black magic rituals, they have to tell us what's going on or something, or give us a chance to tell them to fuck off or something. Well, there's a lot of people around the world right now, man, around the flat plane that are pissed off at the procedures that they want to implement, right? Netherlands, right? I think they're pissed. Canadians were pissed last winter. So there's a lot of people pissed, and they're taking it to the streets, man. Taking it to the streets. I don't know if that's gonna help. But I don't know if it's gonna help. But they're doing it. I would have liked to have seen all the convoy guys in the Canadian truckers, convoy, if all of them had flat Earth stickers, like all over their trucks and shit, that'd be cool.
Yeah, right? Imagine that.
Mm-hmm. It looks like, according to this GIF in front of me, we have the flat horizon above the boobies world. Below it's below. Fuck. It's a hell of an observation, man. Watching the horizon with her tits. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, those fake balloons, yeah.
They don't want you looking at the horizon. That's the point, right?
Yeah.
How dare you look at the horizon? That's the way the world works, man. That's Hollywood right there, 100%. That's how Hollywood works, bro. They'll show you the flat horizon and a set of titties. And what do you think you're going to focus on? The titties, of course. And then you're not going to pay attention to that flat, horizontal line that has no curvature to it.
Yeah, it's all brainwashed, man. It's all programming. Like, I mean, they make it.
100%.
It's too glamorized, man. Like, a big deal. It's a fucking chick walking on a beach. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, I don't know. It's been there, done it. Nothing special. You know.
Exactly.
That's the problem. Yeah.
But there's a hypnotized factor to it a little bit. And it's so well marketed. So incredibly well marketed. And damn, evil motherfuckers, man. Bunch of cucks out there trying to tell us where the fuck we live, man. You know, I say fuck you. I live here, and fuck off. Thanks.
Well, who the hell is this guy up here? It's with percentage. Hell,
who's asking?
Is a hacker or something?
Oh no. He's just called the percent sign.
The percent. Okay.
Like,
what the fuck?
He's been around, man. He's been around.
That's funny. Yeah.
What's up, percent? What's up, baby?
Yo, I'm chilling. How you guys doing?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, man? Yeah, we're just
good
chopping.
To see you, man. Help me out here, man. Save my ass.
What's the problem?
Well, I'm about to fucking crash out here shortly, so I gotta go to bed. But
yeah, me too.
Keep it going, man. Talk about lasers not lying. Lasers are very accurate, or something. I don't care, man. Whatever.
Yeah, the laser never lies.
The ladies never lie. The lasers never lie. Which one is it, man?
Well, ladies lie all the time. Are you kidding? You can't even call it lying. You can't call it lying because they're just like, emotional. They change their mind. They don't lie. They just change their mind. Men lie. Actually, that's not true. If you lie, you're not a man. So
that's right.
Males lie. Men don't. Women change their mind.
Ooh, I like that. Man. Somebody write that down, man. Shit, that's good. That's a keeper. Put that in a book or write it on a tweet, whatever. I don't care. Shit. We live in a strange world, boys and girls, man. Do I have it figured out? No. But that horizon behind the girl is absolutely amazing. I don't know if you guys noticed the horizon back there. Check it out, man. Check it out. Don't believe me. It's flat, man. The horizon is flat.
Mm-hmm. What are you talking about? I see a curve when I look at that image.
What? Where are you seeing a curve?
I see some nice curve, man.
Okay. So you are very attuned to seeing curvature with your optical perceptions.
Oh, there's definitely some curvature, obstruction in the foreground right there.
Is that refraction or diffraction, man? Which one is
it? Might be distraction.
Distraction. Okay, that's a new kind of refraction, right? Is that redistraction? Redistraction? I just made it up, man. Write that shit down. Redistraction.
I'm not gonna do that.
Ah, shit. See how much fun we can have with this shit? I mean, we can have a lot of fun with it.
That girl cute, though.
That girl is cute, man. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? I had a girlfriend that looked like that a long time ago. Looked just like that.
Oh, tell me about it.
A long time ago. Yep.
What happened to her?
Well, dude, you know, graduated high school and moved on, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Live life.
High school. This girl's definitely college plus.
No. That was 18 years old right there. Guaranteed.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So maybe she broke up with you. She broke your heart, huh?
Maybe 20. Then, right, yeah.
She broke your heart, didn't she, Flatter?
No shit about it, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
A double distraction.
Yep. I got played, man. I got played. No, it was good. Great experience. I wouldn't change it for anything, man. I wouldn't trade it in. So.
Yeah, of course, man. That's
that's the great thing about life. Through,
that's who you are now. You're the sum of your experiences, and she's one.
Yep.
Or two, or three, or how many times you experienced, but yeah.
It was a few good years, man. It was good.
So what happened, if you don't mind me asking?
Nothing, man.
She had to go to a different college, or what?
Yeah, she kind of had a work thing that wasn't gonna. It just didn't work out, man. And that's the way life is, man.
Ain't that the truth?
It's how you handle the disappointments in your life that make the difference. And sometimes your expectations are up there and you're like, I hope it works out this way. But it just doesn't, man. It just doesn't. And you have to kind of reassess during the moment. And it's hard, man. It's not easy. But you don't always make the right decision. But
yeah, sometimes life gets curvy and you have to stay straight.
There you go. It gets curvy and you got to stay straight, man. You have to. You know, but staying straight and being in the system, man, that's two different things, man.
Staying straight and being gay are two different things.
Yeah, there you go. That would have been better. Yeah,
for a second, I thought that's where you're going to go with
it. I don't want to be the woke. Can I be the unwoke? Is there an unwoke crew somewhere, anywhere? Unwoke. They stole our fucking term, man. Dude, you're woke? Yeah, right on, man. The Earth's flat. Yeah. They didn't go to the moon. Yeah. 9/11's a hoax. Yeah. They stole the woke. They stole the woke, bro. They stole it. They're using that for some other agenda, bro. Can you believe that shit? I can't believe it. I fucking still pissed off. I'm still pissed. They stole our word, man. One of our words, man.
They did a lot more than that.
Yeah,
they
there is
stole
a
gravity,
lot more.
man. They stole gravity.
Well, now we can get scientific. They stole gravity. Put that on your hat.
Yeah, gravity just used to be things going down on account of their weight, and they stole that and they started to, use it in the place of the cause, their supposed cause, which they've never proven. Right? They tried to say it's the bending of space-time, it's mass attracting mass, all this bullshit, when really it's just the effect. Things falling because of their weight.
Did you
go ahead.
Did you catch Globebusters last weekend?
Nah.
All right, cool.
What happened?
Well, they were talking a lot about electrostatics.
Yeah, like every other episode.
Gravity. I mean, a force of electrostatics. I get the concept. I can totally do it on my kitchen table. I can do it. I understand how it works. Up, down, negative, positive. Guys, negative, ground. I get it. I get
you definitely get it.
I totally get it, man. I work with electronics. I get the negative, ground, positive. But you can do the experiments right there on your kitchen table, just like I can. And electrostatic has something to do with something. Tesla was into it. Faraday was into. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that were like looking into electrostatics as our.
Yo, but
we live in an electrostatic. Go ahead.
I thought you needed a ground to do it, and not to be negative, but I'm positive that my kitchen table is not the ground.
Yeah, but I mean, you might run a ground wire to the. But you can do that from your kitchen table.
I don't have a table in my kitchen, man. I don't know what kind of show you're running in your place, but I don't have a table in the kitchen. It's in the dining room. What the fuck?
All right. Well, I actually have a kitchen table because my table's in the kitchen. I don't have enough. I don't have a dining room. Fuck. I wish I had a dining room. I don't have one of those. But I do have a kitchen table.
That means you don't got an island.
No, I do not have an island.
Or a bar.
Or a bar.
Or stools.
Not even a stool. Well, actually, my kitchen table is one of the, like a bar height table.
Don't lie, you have stools every day.
Well, that's true. I hope everybody has a stool every day. Can I wish that on all of humanity?
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. Regular bowel movements are like... They're underrated, man.
Stools are underrated. You're right. Absolutely, 100%. I think, when you I don't know, I think maybe George Carlin talked about having the most perfect poop. It's spiritual.
I wish I had perfect poop every time.
I do too. I wish everybody had perfect poops every time, but everybody's metabolism apparently is different. Metabolism, man. Hey, that goes into the health category of.
Hey, I gotta go to sleep, but I'll talk to you guys later, alright?
Davey, bro, man. Stay in touch, man. Stay in touch.
Yo, have a good night, brother.
All right, man.
You too, man. Be good.
All right.
Let's stay in touch. Okay. Cheers.
Davy Jones's locker.
Yep. He's holding down the locker, man. The locker of truth is what I'm after. And whatever that takes, man. It might be fun, might be miserable, might be great.
Yeah, and the truth hurts. So basically, you're holding down the hurt locker.
Ooh, the hurt locker. That's a good term. I like that. I do like the hurt locker. That kind of defines it in a lot of ways. Yeah, man. There is a lot of realizations you have to accept. And the realizations, when you accept them, man, can be completely, absolutely, like, gut-wrenching shit, man. You have to kind of like, whoa. I have to realize that? Oh, you fuck.
Imagine if you could somehow, like, gather that. You know, like how people kind of, they go through some shit and they develop and, they have, like, the periods of kind of, like, enlightenment or whatever, change, where they're, just, their character is built by the suffering or whatever thing they went through. Imagine if that kind of, because you get new insight, new knowledge, right?
New knowledge.
Imagine if you could share that somehow, or if you could kind of like harvest it, that enlightenment that people individually experience. If you could collect it, that'd be crazy.
Hey, what if the energy grid is built off that, like the movie Monsters? You know what I'm saying?
Monsters.
That's crazy shit. Anyway, that's
Michael Wazowski, Monsters Inc.
Monsters Inc. Yeah. that was the weirdest shit, man. When I saw it from the other side, man, I was like, oh my god, they're just harvesting our energy. Oh, those bastards. It's tough.
Yo, no offense, Flatus, dude, but if you had said, what movie am I thinking of? And you gave me 1,000 guesses, I probably would not have guessed Monsters, Inc.
You were nailed.
You surprised me. You just surprised me right there.
Wow, I mean, that's how the cosmos paradigm works, man. I don't know. I don't have any answer. I don't have any. The best I can say, man, do good on people. Good things will happen to you. And just enjoy that. Just own it, man. If you're at work, own it. If you're at play, own it. Wherever you are, man, own it. Own where you are. Write that down. Own where you are. Yeah. That's it, man. I don't have any other magical fucking formulas or no. I'm no Aleister Crowley or fuck off fucking Tavistock or whatever, man. I'm nobody, man. I'm a guy that tunes pianos.
You did good. You did enough. That was nice. All we need now is Cuddy to give us a nice gif of some curvature obstructing the foreground again. Another nice one, and then we can call it a night.
That's it. I think we can close the server down. What do you think?
Until tomorrow, maybe.
I wish we could close the server down, man. I mean, it's so funny. At some point,
yeah, right. It'll just start up tomorrow. It'll be like Pinky in the Brain. What are you gonna do this time, Pinky? Oh, we're gonna take over the world.
Like, oh my god, this guy's gonna prove curvature, man. He's coming in here, and we can close the server down. Fucking A, man. Let's turn it into a silent movie server. What do you guys think? Whatever. Turn it into something completely obscure at this point, because somebody proved the curvature of the Earth. Oh my God, that's all we're asking for, bro. You can shut a server down if you come in here with fucking curvature. Oh my God. I made up another word. Yeah. Provature.
Yo, Cuddy came through.
You guys have to
What
laugh
the
at
hell is
Provature, bro. Come on.
No, I'm laughing at the GIF, man.
There has to be a new fucking GIF. Come on, or something. Where's your Provature? That's how long I've been in this fucking stupid fucking realm, man. I came up with the word Provature.
Yo, that curve is definitely fake. I'm not gonna say it's Photoshop, but it's definitely fake.
Is her ass curving? What are we looking at, man? Am I looking at her ass? That's a big ass, dude. I'll tell you straight away. Look,
my ass, it's her ass.
That's some booty. We call that the junk in the trunk.
That's literally like 2 balls, like beach balls, in her pants.
Yeah, that's 2 beach volleyballs. I don't know. It's heavy. There's some heavy curvature there, boys. Heavy curvature. Woo! That's a tough one.
The question is, where'd you get those pants, though? Like, are they custom made, or did you have to, like...
Those are custom.
Get them at, like, Big and Tall or something like that. Who knows?
Fat and round. Big and Tall. Fat and round. That's my new store. Fat and round.
So why would she lie? I'd like to see her lie, because it'd be funny watching her get up again. She'd be like a tortoise on her back.
Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. All right. I'm actually laughing at myself, so please stop me, man. Provature. You got any Provature? You guys, did anybody write that down? I hope so. Fuck. Keep
saying it.
All right, one more time.
It'll be ingrained in our heads if you keep saying it.
Provature. Come on. Oh, shit. 7 years in, I'm laughing, still laughing. Provature. That's good, man. Took me 7 years to come up with that shit. Where's your fucking Provature? Fucking Mongo piece of shit. Fuck. Come on. Bring me your fucking as something Nathan Oakley would say. Show me your fucking Provature. Fucker. But don't cuss on the channel. Yeah, he got rid of that shit, man. Thanks, Nathan. You wised up. Provature. All right.
Right.
Percent. Cheers, bruh.
Peace out, man. Have a good night.
Cheers. After hours. Why would she lie, though? Exactly. Talking about chicks lying. Guys lying, chicks lying. The shitty lying place we live. I didn't make it up. I didn't invent it. I'm just realizing where the fuck we are. And we're in the middle of the cuck fucking shit show. And I hope you guys are enjoying the shit show. Because it's absolutely ridiculous. From Coco to Curvature has been an absolute whatever nightmare. It's like, hello. Oh my God. They're just a bunch of cocks. And they fed us a bunch of shit. Oh, thanks. Cocks feeding people shit. That's what we're dealing with, man. And how they got into why they would want to feed people shit, I don't know, man. I'm an American Indian. I don't know, man. I dig holes in the ground and try to grow food and water it and hunt. You know, with simple things. Fish. We like to fish. Fishing's good. So, but no, the world's cucked us all into fucking Amazonville. It's the best I can come up with. Amazonville. Yeah, that's where we're at. Costcoville. Did you guys see the movie Idiocracy by chance? Anybody? See that movie? Idiocracy. There was the Home Depot scene where they go in and it's like the only store in the world. That's it. It said Costco. That was it. Costco. Well, can I teach you guys anything? I don't know. I hope so. Like I said, I don't have the answers. Don't believe me. But we're living in an incredibly diverse time right now, to say the least. Been a lot of programs that have been shoved down our throats and say, hey man, you got to do this, you got to do that. I think there's a lot of us out here that say, no, we don't have to do this and we don't have to do that. And that's what I love about you guys around here. You say, no, that's not right. I'm going to look into this a little bit deeper. And I'm going to take this a little more seriously. I'm going to look into this. And you'll do a deep dive into what the hell's going on. What the hell is going on? Imagine. Just imagine. We know what's going on. And that's the hard part, man. That's the difficult part. Say, hey, man, I do see what the fuck is going on. And I think I'm in the twilight zone of reality. Why do all these people think this? Why do they believe? The word belief. Oh my God. Help me. Belief is the enemy of knowing shit. Why do you know? Because you measured shit. That's why you know. Who measured the radius? Anybody got that one? Aristophanes? No. Really? He's got the math. Who's got the math? Anybody got the math? I need my math. All right. Somebody jump in, say hi, say fuck off, you're full of shit, piss shit. Anybody? Anybody there? Is anybody out there? Is anybody can hear me? Nobody. All right, I'll be back.
Twilight Zone. crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison with their television through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically as entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the Echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed. We're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
Welcome to the collector's edition exposition of the #1 ball killer, bar none. I've given everyone the afternoon off, so it's just you and me. Let's call it quality cowbell time. Pay close attention, then send this gargantuan death blow to everyone you know. There was a textual error in one of the photos in the last presentation. I'll identify that here in a few minutes. It has no material impact on the argument whatsoever. And a phenomenon that's happened quite recently, some knucklehead flat earthers have decided to wield this simple argument like a 3-month-old wields a Husqvarna chainsaw. So, I'll be going through this baller chimera each week for the foreseeable future. It's so utterly devastating, folks. I'm going to kill it with such ferocity it's going to make the $6 million man crash and burn look like a fender bender. What's really cool, besides Steve Austin blushing? The ease in which the calamity befalleth it. Many thanks to Ben, Taboo Conspiracy, for bringing it to my attention, and BMLSB69 for the boots on the ground. Before I pummel this disheveled monkey, allow me to lay the foundation of the entire argument. And it's really simple. The horizon. I've got 3 definitions here. One from their alma mater wiki, Merriam-Webster, and Oxford dictionaries. The horizon. It's the apparent line that separates Earth from sky. The line where the Earth seems to meet the sky, the apparent junction of the Earth and sky sailing toward the horizon. And finally, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. It's just that simple. Why is it apparent? That is, not actually? Well, one is well duh, right? The sky never actually meets the ground. That's a big one. And number 2, it's conditional on weather, atmospheric conditions, waves, tides, etc. However, on the ball-tarred ball, the geometric horizon can be no more than, this is very important, critical, the geometric horizon can be no more than what its geometric constraints allow. It's based on the observer's height and the radius. Let's confirm that with the subject matter expert in the area, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. If h is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. That's it, folks. Now, it can be closer, the horizon can be closer than this, but under no circumstances, under any conditions, can it be any more than 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. Hopefully, everyone understands that. Without further ado, the death of the ball-tarred spinning space monkey religion again. Listen closely. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than, that's a very important statement right there, must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. Go to any curve calculator, that's the formula they use. What do we have right here? It's called the kill shot. We can clearly see the horizon behind platform habitat at 9.4 miles. It's over right here, folks. The rest is barely palpable background noise, but let's have some fun. So, the observer's height in this particular photo was 1 foot. Distance to the horizon, according to our formula, greater than 9.41 miles. Distance to the horizon maximum for a sphere with an R radius of 3959 miles, according to that formula, is 1.22 miles. You have some big problems right here. Now, one of the rebuttals, one of the objections was that BMLSB 69 was greater than 1 foot. Now, we're going to hammer that into the incoherent oblivion here in 1 second. However, even if he was 5 feet, his observer height was 5 feet, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon should be 2.73 miles. That means it should be before Platform Hill House, right? Even if he was standing on the shore with his camera almost in the water, at 35 feet, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon would be 7.24 miles. That is, it would be in between Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. So that's debunked. Now for the next kill shot. Modus tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q. Why? Because the horizon distance was greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. The ball-tard spinning space monkey community, please allow me to introduce to you the one you've known for all these years, your Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Black Plague, your Black Swan. Here is the final kill shot. This photo is impossible on their sphere. Let me say that again. This photo with the horizon behind the platform habitat is impossible under any conditions on their sphere. That's it. You know, I'll go home. It's over. Now they're going to attempt, quite feebly I might add, to escape and evade, tap dance, and clumsily attempt to obfuscate using all manner of Mr. Magoo's sophistry. But I'm going to stamp them out with belly-laughing ease and extreme prejudice. So, let's take a look at some pedigree information. We're going to take a look at the original video from BLMSB 69. Now, don't worry about the no sound in the beginning. Just take it all in. I'm going to stop the video a couple times to emphasize a few points. Here we go. Platform Hill House. Going to identify it for you on the map. Next, platform habitat. Platform habitat there. He's going to orient you Platform habitat, platform hill house, observer's location. Let's get some distances. That's all we need. That's all we're using these platforms for. Demarcating distances. So, platform hill house, the closest platform, 6.21 miles. Platform habitat, 9.41 miles. Pedigree information. This is the photo. This was the problem photo. He just mislabeled it. This says 1 foot elevation. This is incorrect. It's 30 feet elevation. It doesn't matter anyway, but I wanted to keep everything wired tight. So I took this photo out of the presentation. As you can see, it's the same photo. Let's get real. Couple things here. Obviously, he's pretty close to sea level. Don't you think? I also want to get your attention over here to this landmass, right? Because we're going to pummel another rebuttal, quite feeble one, I might add, here in a couple minutes. This is Santa Cruz Island, and it's off to the right because the platforms are right here. It's going to be off to the right of these platforms. Let's continue. Kill shot, folks. DED. Dead. Curve calculator, one foot eye height, 1.22 miles to the horizon. Now, focus your attention to the right of the photo, please. Over by the boom. Here you go. This is the end of Santa Cruz Island. It abruptly stops quite a distance away from that right platform, correct? Focus your attention over here. Uh-oh, what's that? That's another landmass over here. That's Anacapa Island. There is about 4 3/4 mile distance between the end of Santa Cruz Island and Anacapa. What I'm trying to say is he is looking out into open water. And I'm going to show you that here in 1 second. Pretty close to 1 foot, don't you think? I mean, come on, people. All right. Let me orient you again. We're going to take a look at those two islands. We're going to take a look at the line of sight down the lane of the platforms and the two islands. Like I said, the one to his right is Santa Cruz Island. What do you see over here? Right? His line of sight, it was real close, right? But no cigar. And the island to the left, like I said, was Anacapa Island. And there's 4 3/4 miles between here. His line of sight from his position through these platforms is out to open ocean. So there is no land behind those platforms. Y'all tracking me? All right? Take a closer look in here. Platform habitat. In the lane, 5 by 5. Platform hill house. In the lane, 5 by 5. His position. right? It's pretty close. I'm pretty close in there. We're going to take a closer look here. I don't want to go down the street view, so I'm being real careful for you. That should be just about good enough, right? Let's take a look on where he's at, and we'll come back here. Because he's going to get up and turn around. As you can see, this is the stairwell. He is just right to the stairwell, and as he walks up here, about 18 paces, he's going to shimmy to the left a little bit to align with his stairwell. Let's take a look. Right, there he goes. He's shimmying to the left a little bit. Align himself to those stairs. Right? Quite interesting. And what do we got here? Right? We got those same stairs right here. I got him just over to the right of the stairwell. This is 1 foot elevation. He's going to start walking up 7 or 18 paces. He's going to shimmy to the left and align himself with these stairs. Let me tell you something. If BMLSB 69 would go back to that same spot that he took these photos from, and I put a firecracker right at the end of this red line, I'd blow his toe jams out. Anyone willing to make that bet? I didn't think so. So, potential debunks. We already took 2 to the woodshed. The first one was BMLSB 69 isn't 1 foot elevation. Well, kind of is. I'll tell you what. I'll give you 1 to 3 feet. No problem. It doesn't matter anyway, because I took this to the woodshed in the beginning. He could have been 5 foot. He could have been at 35 feet at that same position. It matters not. Number 2, there is land or islands behind the platforms. Clearly, I showed you when we were keeping it real and with Google Earth that that's not the case. Number 3, you can't see the horizon. One of 2 things is happening here. Number 1, you need to remove the baked-on cognitive dissonance mud from your eyes. Or number 2, make an ASAP appointment with the ophthalmologist, because you're dead blind. Everyone can see, just to let you know, if you look at this photo and you say you can't see the horizon, you're a horse's ass. Because I don't care. If you're legally blind, I still think you can see this horizon. You tell me. This is the kill shot. This is the black swan. Oh, number 4, the white swans. This photo was taken 2 months, same position, same observer height, same camera, same everything. This was taken in December, so 2 months after the black swan, right? No problem here, right? The sea was angry that day, my friends. It doesn't matter, though. Remember the argument. The horizon cannot be greater than that ratio of the observer height on a radius of 3959 miles. So this is before. It's fine. It's before the second platform. There's atmospheric shenanigans going on here. That's okay. No problem. This photo was taken 4 days after. This white swan was taken 4 days after the black swan. Again, no problem. Now, I watched this video. It doesn't seem that he was 1 foot. It seemed like he stood up and took this picture. It matters not, right? This is what they call a white swan. Does this observation debunk the number 1 globe killer? Look, this is a white swan. Does it debunk the black swan? No. It has nothing to do with it. You can show me 5 billion pictures or photos with the horizon before these platforms. Doesn't matter. All I need is this one. That's it. You follow? Probably not. You don't get the argument, ballers. That's the tear-jerking belly laugher. Right? It's going to be about 9 months until you can actually restate the argument. right? That's my first mission, to get you guys to actually restate it word for word correctly. It's only a sentence. I'm thinking 9 months. All right, so the white swans are dead. And number 5, we all know it. Refraction, right? Refraction saves the day. Gravity, refraction, right? Yeah? That's what you got, eh? You guys don't even know what refraction is. You don't. We all know you don't. Been out here 5 years. One of the first words I heard was refraction. You guys don't know what it is? Just yesterday, from a prominent baller, he was put to task with providing the 5 effects of refraction, right? Because people have been listening to the flat earth debate. You know what he said? There are no 5 effects of refraction. Oh, really? Your alma mater, atmospheric refraction. Let's read it together. Near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower, stretch or shorten the images of distant objects without involving mirages. So we'll go by the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get it yet? Let's try it again. This time, Wiki's going to parrot the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy. Let's go through it. While mirages are best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Here we go. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object, while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not. No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects can appear to be elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. These phenomena can occur together, changing the appearance of different parts of the objects in different ways. Sometimes these phenomena can occur together with a true mirage. Let's count them together. The 5 effects of refraction. We ready? 1, mirages. 2, looming. 3, towering. 4, stooping. 5, sinking. You get it? Now, let's take your feeble refraction and go through each one in the context of the black swan and see if it fits. Why don't we? So there are 5 effects of refraction. So is the horizon miraged? Remember what mirages are. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. So, is there an extra horizon in the black swan photo? Is there an extra horizon or horizons in this black swan photo? No? Then it's not a mirage. Get it? 1 down. Let's take towering and stooping together. From Wiki, however, this is also from Andrew Thomas Young, the subject matter expert. Towering and stooping change the apparent shape of the object itself. With towering, objects appear stretched. With stooping, objects seem to be shortened. Is the horizon stretched or shortened in the black swan photo? Is the horizon stretched or shortened? This is non sequitur. Okay? So there's 3 down, 2 to go. Sinking. From William Humphreys, Physics of the Air. Sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon appear to be lowered, or may even disappear below the horizon. In looming, the curvature of the rays is increasing, while sinking produces the opposite effect. Is the horizon lowered or disappeared below the horizon in the black swan photo? Does the horizon disappear below it, or is lowered below the horizon? Non sequitur fallacy again, isn't it? You only got 1 left. Looming. From their alma mater Wiki. Looming is the most noticeable and most often observed of these refraction phenomena. It is abnormally large refraction of the object that increases the apparent elevation of the distant objects and sometimes allows an observer to see the objects that are refracted or that are located below the horizon under normal conditions. Let's take it from the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. Looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. We'll get to the rest of it here in a minute. All we need is this. Is the horizon appearing above the horizon in the black swan photo? Is there a horizon appearing above the horizon in this photo? No. Then your silly appeal to refraction is clobbered to death. You don't know what you're talking about. You understand that? My word, people. So we're going to take this further to the woodshed. Just let me remind you, the frigging horizon doesn't ever loom. Ever, ever, ever. Now, let's deal with the second half of this, because this definition, even in their fallacious definition, they're wrong. But this is an incorrect definition. I'm going to show you this step by step. Here's the first step. For looming, this effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction. Usually due to a thermal inversion, looming is the opposite of sinking. Both are refraction phenomena, but not mirages. See the table of refraction phenomena, la, la, la. I really don't care. This effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction. You got a problem, folks, because it's a fallacy. This is a stone cold, this little game right here is a stone cold begging the question fallacy. How so? Does light refract? Answer, yeah. Is that the same that can be accounted for by terrestrial refraction? Answer, nope. Why? Keyword terrestrial. You see, terrestrial refraction already assumes a sphere. That is, the calculations assume the radius of the Earth curvature, right? He even says it. The subject matter expert even says it. What are you going to do? Let's listen to Andrew Thomas Young again. Here he goes. The atmosphere is also curved. Yeah, right. As it follows the shape of the Earth. Gases don't form curves permanently. Just to let you know. Let's start out. The atmosphere is also curved, as it follows the shape of the Earth. In the calculations below, we'll adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. To make the calculation simple, you can't do that. You see this, Professor? You're assuming the premise, the atmosphere is curved. You're snorting some pretty good shrooms. Then by proxy, the Earth curvature. To prove the conclusion true. That is terrestrial refraction or looming. It's a textbook begging the question fallacy. It's a circular banjo-do-si-do. The entire argument is dead right here. It's void. Yeah, but we're not going to stop there. Where's the fun in that, right? Let's take a look at this. So, we have Andrew Thomas Young's definition of looming, and then we have quantum eraser, Andrew Thomas Young's huckleberry. Let's see which one's correct, with examples. So, from Andrew Thomas Young, looming. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. Keep that in mind. From quantum eraser, looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving you the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. Let's see which one of these two have some cowbell to it. All right? We'll stop here quick at Wiki. This is Wiki looming. This is nothing. This is just a blurred photo of ships. All right? Clowns. This is the quintessential example of looming. Right? And I showed this during the last presentation with a little trick. In the military, they taught us for night operations to use off-center vision. You can see better. I knew that long before the military because I did a lot of night operations before I got in there, but I digress. So what I want you to do here is I want you to look right up here, follow this along, focus on here, and you can see the horizon in your off-center vision, right? I can see it clearly, right here, right near the bow. Everyone see this? Right? So we got a false horizon right here. We have the sky being inferior mirage down here, right? And it produces looming. Whose definition is more correct? I wonder who. Oh, we have Mick West to the rescue, right? Mick always comes to the rescue if we find ourselves in trouble. So, but Mick had a legitimate complaint here because the media was calling this same photo, right? This same photo, he took it right here. They were calling this a Fata Morgana. Now, he was right for calling them out because there is no inversion here. This is not a mirage. He's correct. He also identifies the real horizon here for you. He uses contrast. So you don't have to use your off-center vision. It's right where I said it was. Right? He also identifies the false horizon. Don't pay any attention to his shroom-induced reason because he said it was due to fog. Now let me ask you something out there. If this was a fog bank, could you see the boat? My word, people. All right, this photo was taken, another example of looming. This photo was taken in 2014. It was the Scottish Open. Now, don't look at this photo over here to the right. Don't worry about this one. You don't even have to use off-center vision with this photo, right? You can see the horizon. I can see it clearly, right? But they go ahead and color correct over here, which makes it very clear. Whose definition is correct of looming? You got the sky being inferior miraged beneath this boat, which is giving you a false horizon, right? Whose definition is correct? Andrew Thomas Young or QE? This is probably the best example of looming I've seen. Betty called it, as soon as she seen this, she said the boats were being raptured, which I thought was hilarious. It looks like it too. However, even in this photo, I can still see the true horizon. It's real easy. You don't even have to use off-center vision here, right? Don't have to use it. I can see it. It's right there. This is a great photo, right? Now, whose definition is correct? Because we have the sky being inferior mirage beneath an object, which makes it appear to be lifted up or floating. Right? You can see that the sky's being reflected here. You can see the clouds here, right? It's a collage, but you can still see them in here being reflected down. Right? This is a no-brainer, man. There's the false horizon right here. Whose definition is correct? Andrew Thomas Young's or QE, his Huckleberry? Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, this is a joke, folks. A joke. Now, let's go back up. I want to go through the argument one more time. It's going to be quick. Now, if you see this argument, let's go to this. If you see this argument presented by anyone in any other form than what I am going to lay out and did lay out before, that is word for word, including this modus tollens with the exact same photo, it is not the argument. Is this clear? Is this clear? Let's go with the argument. Modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. It's their black swan. It's the kill shot. It's over. Now, like I said, if this argument is presented and doesn't go over each thing I said, it's not the argument. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm not signing off on it. Is this clear to everyone? Hopefully so. Now, can I please have everyone stand? For you soldiers out there, on your feet. Please remove any headgear. Do not rest in peace. spinning water ball, but in tortuous agony forever and ever you so richly deserve.
What's up, guys? Jackie Descent, are you there?
wherever you are on this lovely, lovely plane that we live on. And yeah, hi.
Good morning.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Right? Just on my way to work. I usually just listen in, but there was dead silence, so I thought I'd say hi.
Yep. Absolutely
Hi.
dead silence. Absolutely dead silence. There's no one in here.
I'll be listening in for the action.
Might be a
Off and
while.
on today. Might be. Usually is. Got some content today.
Say again, sorry, mate. You broke up then.
Come again?
No, I asked you to repeat yourself. You broke up on that last statement.
Oh, I was saying that. I think I was saying that I'll be listening in off and on all day.
Cool, bud.
I have a FedEx route.
Oh, you're a FedEx driver, are you?
Yes, sir. In Kansas, Flat, Kansas.
In Kansas. What is that? Do you have delivery? Do you have a delivery down the Yellow Brick Road?
No, not that I can recall.
Watch out for those flying monkeys.
Right? There's a lot of turtles around here.
Cool. Well, yeah, let's hopefully a few more will arrive and we'll get a convo going.
Well, it's early here where I am, so.
Yeah, what is it there? It's about, what is it? So it's 1:08 here. What we're looking at there? Are you about 9 o'clock?
10 after 7.
Oh, Christ.
7.
Christ, that's early. I only know 7 o'clock in the 24 hour.
You're a night owl. I would be too if I didn't have to work so early. Hey, which one are you so I can start to recognize names with voices?
Yeah, I'm in the chat. I'm in the room as Flatpack 64.
Okay. I was thinking of changing my name because people are like, how do you say that? But GQ, or that's how I meant for it. GQ. Nice to meet you, Flatfax. I'll be in and out.
Yep, and you, mate. Yeah, same here.
Connor McGregor, you slide dog. Good day, gents.
Hello. Yeah, I just jumped in. 9 o'clock here. It's usually when the flat Earth debate starts up. And unless we get a bunch of people in here, we can listen to the live show.
You working today, dude?
What you mean?
Well, I mean, are you like in the office or something? Or are you working from home, or what do you do?
Oh, I work later.
Nice.
Yeah. Mornings are always calm. I get the mornings to myself, so.
That's awesome, man. What are your hours today then?
Working, I don't know, like 3 to 10.
Nice. That's awesome. I got a standard 9 to 5. I'm off today. Off today and tomorrow. I took vacation days for the weekend this August, or this weekend here in Canada. We're off on Monday. Just took a couple extra days, so for late start for me for today. I'm getting myself ready to go get myself physically active, move my ass at the gym. Chat with you guys, but yeah.
Good afternoon or good morning, guys.
Hey, Flat Man, there you are. What's going on? Flat Facts, sorry. What's going on, dude?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. You?
Chilling.
Very good, thank you for asking. Have you guys interacted before, Flat Facts and CB?
Maybe not directly, but I've been in here. I've been in here with Flat Facts before. I recognize the voice.
Yeah, CB. How long you been around the server for, dude?
Let me check actually, just to make sure. It's been a little while now. Let me double check that actually. So I joined the server in January 2021.
Sick.
So a little year and a half maybe.
That's amazing. CB is obviously one of the G's around here. Flat Facts. He's got his own little flat thing happening on the side. Flat Facts. You want to take a minute to tell CB what you're doing, man?
How long have you got? I'm always at it. Creating my own websites and it was you. I did introduce you. Did I give you the link to my Flat Facts live stream, Kiwi?
Oh no, I'm good. I got my part. I'm saying because CB's a very creative individual, right? And I was just thinking because you are a creative individual as well. I'm very much about networking and trying to connect people. So if doing some collaborations and stuff would be pretty cool too.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, as I say, I do what I can to get the word out, and I'm just building up. But I'm just setting up at the moment an attempt at getting maybe a little community together in my. I'll just 1 sec. I will put a link so if there's anybody else want to go and have a look. What I'll do is I'll just paste it in the chat there. Just called Plain Truth, and it's just a Plain Truth live stream webpage, which I'm setting up at the moment. So anybody interested in going and have a look at that, I think you can enter it as a guest, or you can register. By registering, you keep the actual login name because it can't. If your name is reused as a guest, you can't re-log in as that name. So it's always advisable to register, and it registers your username on the database. But I'm always at it. I'm on my computer pretty much. Well, not quite 24/7, but it's not far off. But and as I say, Kiwi joined us the other day. We do Thursday and Friday, 7 p.m. UK time. That's Greenwich Mean Time. 7 p.m. Tuesdays and Thursday nights on Zoom. We have a little gathering and a get-together on there with Flat Earthers, and we go off on our tangent on other topics, but the main one is Flat Earth topics. We get a few in there that sort of like newbies that are open to the idea, who are just looking into it, and we opened a few people's eyes to it and all that lot. But yeah, keep yourself busy with it all, and my motto is get the word out. And yeah, I plugged this 24/7. everywhere, and I've brought a few people to here via that particular Zoom meeting we have and whatnot. But yeah, it's like you say, Kiwi. It's just get the word out and get sharing, get people interacting with each other.
Yeah, the big thing right now with what's happening, awareness is key. And the more medium and not medium, sorry, but the more avenues and things that we have out there is amazing. And having the hub of the 24/7, I very much look at this place like a hub where we are able to connect and do different things. So yeah, it's really this community has been absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I've had some fantastic conversations in here, and an enlightenment to myself regarding some of the information that you get and everything. Yeah, no, but I like to interact as much as I can and get involved and everything. And yeah, hopefully, like I say, I'm just trying to get this little platform of mine set up, this live stream where hopefully when I get going and everything, I can do some live streams, interact. I've got a join live, which will connect people to eventually will connect people to a Zoom connection where they can come on and physically come live on the live stream and things. So yeah, it's getting there. And yeah, like I say, I'm hoping to build a little community on there. So as I say, I put a link in the chat there for anybody. Just join, register, and then if you ever want to just nip in now and again, see what's going on, you never know. But what happens is if I ever when it gets up and running and I do go live, everybody will get an email notifying that that there's a live show on if they want to join. Kiwi, you still there, mate?
Yeah, sorry, here, just getting the day. Getting myself started. A little bit noisy on my end. What's going on?
Right, I've just been asked, do I earn revenue off that? If that's directed to me and directed to the particular website, Plain Truth, do I earn revenue off it? No, I don't. It's all self-funded, and it's not just just self-created, self-funded. I just run a home server which hosts all my websites I create. As I say, no. The only thing, basically, pretty much the only thing I have to do as far as finances, which is not a lot really, is get the only third party service that I use. Obviously, is a domain name. So to give me that domain name, which is obviously the ukhosting.online, that URL there is obviously the only thing really I pay out for. But nope, it's I don't earn revenue from it. That's the answer. I think I don't think I put it on that Flat Earth, but I do have a buy me a coffee link where if you appreciate what I do, eventually, if you appreciate what I do and everything, you can give us a little donation, or I've got a PayPal link which people can click on if they want to give me a slight donation. But no, I don't expect anything, and it's just mainly me filling my time and keeping me occupied. But the question was, Kiwi, if you're still listening, mate, did you get, by any chance, an email notification of your registration?
I got to double check. I registered on my home PC or my office PC, whatever you want to call it, and I haven't been back there since Tuesday.
Right.
So I was out of the work environment.
Yeah. No, but just interested to know.
So, yeah, no. Once I'm going to be back. Right now, I'm heading out of my place of residence to catch a little active workout and move my ass. But when I get back, I'm gonna be into my system, and I'll let you know what I found and what I received, and as well, I'll definitely be joining you guys today at 7 p.m. For another session. Because I took a couple of days off from the office because we have a vacation, long weekend coming up here in Canada this weekend. So yeah, I'll let you know what I received, and we'll go through the stuff, man.
Yeah, no problem, mate. No, absolutely no problem. If you just want to send me a message or anything, just it'd be just interesting to know if the auto email service is actually sending out email notifications, because sometimes I have to do it manually. But I'm trying to set up an auto email service.
Okay. All right, man. I'll be back in a few. Probably about half hour or so. I'll be dipping in and out, but I'll pitch in a few flat. Thanks for the chat, man.
Okay, where's CB gone? Did I frighten him off?
Yeah, to dip out too. Yeah, that's what mornings are. I mean, well, East Coast obviously, but we're constantly in and out. But yeah, we'll get rolling. I'm sure in the next hour for sure. For sure. Be back shortly.
Yep. Okay, mate. Yep. Cheers for that one.
Anybody in here? Yeah, see, not much going on today. I don't have a whole lot of time, but I'll chill out for a while.
What's up, Dave?
What's going on?
Not much. Not much. I was waiting for some flat smacking.
Yeah, it's not a lot of people around right now. Maybe we'll pick up here in a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully. But I will stay idle.
Fair enough. Thanks for speaking up.
Yeah. Thanks for talking to me.
No worries. Anybody got a suggestion for a video or anything they want played? Get it going, and somebody comes in, they can stop it. I don't know off the top of my head. I could throw in like 200 proofs or.
Do you have the latest one, the Hibbler Productions?
Next level?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'll play that one until somebody comes in.
All right, cool.
Fair enough. Give me a second. My laptop's slow opening the Discord for some reason. Anyway, all we need, sir, anybody happens to be listening, if you've got a direct measurement of Earth's curvature, detection scientifically of the motion of the or acceleration of the Earth and all the various directions it's supposedly going, got either one of those, bring them in. And just for icing on the cake, if you've got evidence of us pressurized system existing next to nearly nothing, vacuum without containment, go ahead and bring a demonstration of that. Thanks.
And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House.
Challenger, only seconds after leaving the launch pad, according to NASA, has exploded.
It just has the same seats that a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space.
And we're going back to the moon, back to the future, and this time back to stay.
I should tell you that the first mission is scheduled to land on Mars on July the 4th, 1997.
We will undertake extended human missions to the moon as early as 2015.
We launched a new spacecraft as part of a re-energized space program that will send American astronauts to Mars.
We will not only plant our flag and leave our footprint for an eventual mission to Mars.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it's has to be.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The one thing globe believers need to understand is that you don't just take the spinning ball Earth and flatten it out and put it back in the heliocentric model. Like it's just the only misfit planet and it's flat and the rest of the planets are round. No flat earther has ever said that. No flat earther will ever say that because it's not what we believe. The Earth isn't a pancake floating in outer space, and you will never hear a flat earther say that. And if you would ever actually take the time to study it for yourself or hear a flat earther through, then you would find that it's much different and things would actually make more sense.
They've got the narrative control to where anyone that goes to search for this, they're going to see pancakes floating up in space, and it turns people away. Or they see a snow globe out in the middle of space with water falling off the sides, and they're like, what is this? It turns them away. The mainstream agenda was to push their false narrative, all these hit pieces on flat Earth. 2016, 2017, that was pretty much the end of the YouTube era where we could actually find real evidence, real content. Any search engine, the algorithms are suited to their favor. You're going to see all the hit pieces. You're going to see all the stuff that's there to debunk flat Earth. So it's just, it's almost impossible to get the real information.
YouTube played their part in it, and not just cherry picking which videos they wanted to show, but deciding whether or not they wanted you to subscribe to somebody. So on several occasions and with several different content creators, I'd press the subscribe button to then find out several days or several weeks later that I couldn't find that content creator, assuming they'd either been deleted or they'd been censored beyond belief. And of course they had been, because my subscription that was previously made was no longer there. And I know that I hadn't unsubscribed to anybody. And then resubscribing, you'd find again that down the line that the same things reoccurred.
There's a major campaign by Google and YouTube and all of these corporate lying companies to discredit the flat Earth. Why do they have that disclaimer under every video dealing with the topic of flat Earth, that it is an archaic, antiquated, outdated model that the ancients used to believe in? Of course, the ancients were stupid. They didn't know how to build Gothic cathedrals, and they didn't know how to build cities and pyramids.
The problem is, people that think that flat Earth is stupid think flat Earth is stupid because they're thinking of a stupid flat Earth. And they ridicule and make fun of flat earthers. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Since 2015, the content providers for Flat Earth have had a living hell. We have been ridiculed, we have been trolled, we have been censored beyond belief by YouTube. It's really difficult to get the truth out there.
YouTube controls the algorithm. Who owns YouTube? Google. These are these big corporations that came in and said, the flat Earth is getting way too big. People are finding this out. We don't want them to find this out. This will just completely destroy our agenda that we've worked so hard for. We're losing it because of our own technology that we created. So they had to get involved. Withholding information and knowledge is a form of control.
Now, for new people coming into the subject, if you research Flat Earth, the Google analytic will give you government hate propaganda against the Flat Earth truth.
If you go to Google and try to find anything Flat Earth related, then the first thing that's going to pop up is the Flat Earth Society. And that is something that has absolutely nothing to do with this movement. In fact, it's a completely made up organisation in order to deter anybody looking for some sort of truth. so that you'd first of all get to that page, you'd see these ridiculous accusations and this spinning disc illusion that's going upwards in space that I can assure you nobody believes in. If the globe model was as strong as they claim to be, then there wouldn't be so much concern with anybody talking about a stationary Earth model. Now, everything's fine in court until somebody walks in with a load of shit on you. Everything's fine until somebody out there has evidence that's going to prove you guilty. And that's when you start acting suspicious. That's when you start panicking. That's when you start putting damage control out there, which is inevitably what these bots are, what these trolls are on social media, and of course the algorithms. This is just a new lie that was started in the 20s, and even before then they weren't really teaching anything about the world and where we were. It was just common knowledge.
One of the main arguments that globe believers come at you with is we've known for 2,000 years. Aristophanes figured it out with his sticks and shadows. Well, Aristophanes may or may not have been a real mathematician. He figured out the shape of the earth. That would have made him the Michael Jordan of mathematicians, but nobody ever mentioned him in a book until the mid-1900s.
What's crazy is I've talked to some elderly people and they've told me that back in their day when they were in school, they didn't even learn about people like Copernicus or Galileo. Everything's up for grabs at this point. People like Christopher Columbus and any other figure in history could be totally false or created just for some sort of agenda.
This is everywhere. We found somebody in Croatia. They said they were teaching flat earth through the 1930s.
Most people think that this flat earth versus globe earth has been going back and forth for thousands of years. No, it has not. This is a brand new deception. They come up with these stories, these fictional stories, fictional characters, to reinforce that we live on a ball.
All of our globe provers, Galileo, Aristophanes, Copernicus, the pictures of them show that they're Masons, but I contend that we don't even know if they're real. All of our history is a lie. I've met people that said that they were taught flat earth in the early 1960s in school. They were taught flat earth and globe earth, and then it kind of just went away. I interviewed Ruth, a 102-year-old woman, back in February of 2020, and she was taught flat earth in public school in Connecticut. Tell me your name.
Ruth Heath.
Ruth, and how old are you today?
102.
102. So you were born in
1918.
1918. And we were just talking, and I asked you what shape the Earth is, and what did you say? What were you taught in school in elementary school?
I was taught in school that the Earth was flat.
Where did you go to school? Elementary school.
I went to Spooglen School in Hamden, Connecticut.
So how does it make you feel to realize that you were right as a kid?
It makes me feel better.
It does make you feel better, right?
Oh, it makes me feel alive.
Oh my God, that is so true. My whole life, I believed, what I was taught.
That's
then
right.
when I discovered the flat earth,
you feel better about it.
Because we are the center of creation.
That's right.
We are important.
That's right.
We are here.
We are God's children. And when all the problems that are happening in this world today.
I'll give you some good news. A lot of the problems that they report on the news aren't even real.
That's right. That's right.
They're just keeping us in fear.
Keeping up. That's right. That's right. Oh, that's right. I understand that. I understand. They just say what they want people to know.
That we never went to the moon? That was all fake?
Is that right?
That's correct.
I saw that all happening.
Yeah, so did I, and we all believed it, but that was just to reinforce that people to believe they can live on a ball, they can walk on a ball.
It's such a lie.
It's such a lie, but knowing the lie is like going to a magic show.
I woke up.
Yes, that's what we call it. We call it red. This is your moment of waking up. Oh. It's when you go to see a magician and you know how the tricks are done, and the magic no longer works on you, and you're free from the illusion. So knowing this is going to free your heart.
Cry.
Yeah, it's okay.
It makes me cry.
Happiness.
Yes.
Tears of joy.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, give me a hug. Here we go. All right.
Rockefeller seems to have a role in this. He started the General Education Board and continued being involved with the educational system. The fact of the matter is, the people that have been in control, they're in control now, and they're going to continue to be in control, whether they pass it down or change the name, whatever it may be. But yeah, I mean, whenever Rockefeller's name is tied to something, it's always something to question, that's for sure.
That's a huge red flag for me, that they can come in and change everything we know, all of history, and turn it into deception, and keep teaching the deception over and over and over again until it becomes the norm.
The same man who said that he wanted a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers. This was the same person who was found guilty of antitrust violations around the turn of the 20th century, then went on to get his fingers in all of the education systems, of course with the promise of, I'll give you money, I'll make sure that your school has everything that it needs as long as you push these textbooks, as long as you push these narratives and you push these ideas. I'm going to give you a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers. And that's exactly what we've become.
Now, this should tell you something, why we can't talk about literally the thing that we're standing on. Why is that?
Knowing that there is a creator, absolutely, that is one of the main reasons to hide this. But, you know, at the same time, it's nowhere near comparison when 1 billion people find out that there's more land.
It's about hidden land. I think it's possible they could be hiding land in here somewhere with us. And I think that the Antarctica Treaty is very, very, very sinister, and there must be something else going on.
They went really, really, really tough with their implementation of the Antarctic Treaty and everything else, and just to keep people away from the truth. They didn't want people to know about more land.
Haven't we been fighting over land forever? Isn't that what always happens? Countries fighting over land, but not on the outskirts of Antarctica. Oh, no, no, no. No fighting there. They're all in agreement. You can't go there. You can't explore any of it.
That treaty was in effect in 1959. It can't even be questioned until the year 2041. The longest lasting treaty that all of the world signed on to at the same time and is still in place. Antarctica is the container of our world oceans. What is beyond Antarctica? Why is the government hiding Antarctica from us? Why is Antarctica completely off limits except for taking a tour of a little peninsula off of South America, which is nothing? And people go, well, you can go to Antarctica.
We spent months trying to actually do it. Yeah. I was going to send a crew. They won't call back. You can't even go there. There's one peninsula where you look at penguins.
Exactly. Then you think, I have some friends that went to South Pole. Yeah. They put them in that little island with penguins. You can't just.
Then you went to Antarctica and you walked around it. He's like being in New Jersey and saying you were chilling in California. It's huge.
There's about 100 different companies that you can spend a lot of money to go on a little guided tour of just that peninsula, but all of those companies are owned under one umbrella. One person controls them all. They don't let anybody explore Antarctica.
Will be a international headline in about 5 minutes. Australian Navy ship shoots.
Facing our way. Bad boys, shield.
Is it?
The turret is turning our way.
The turret's turning at us.
Boy, we should hide Adrian in case they think we're trying to kill him.
We're
just traversing. Is there a helicopter coming at us now?
Are we late? I don't know.
Just travel, just go.
Just go.
Send out the chopper.
That's a drone. Is it?
That's unreal.
When people say, why the lie? One of the main answers is they're hiding more land.
What if we can truly become free. The whole reason for this is because of more land. Because think about it, if there's more real estate, if there's more resources, natural resources, if there's more food for our starving children, if there's more space, more room for us to get away from the trafficking, if there's places where we can go and other civilizations we can be a part of, where they don't charge you for water, they don't charge you for free energy, they don't charge you for property taxes. What if there is more land?
Nobody can go explore Antarctica, period. Because if humanity found out there's more land, then the heliocentric theory is gone. They can't start adding more continents on the bottom of a ball. It's just, they wanted it silenced right away.
There is evidence out there through old maps, namely the 1,000-year-old Japanese Kawabashi map, which shows continents and lands outwardly of what they call the ice shelf or the ice wall.
So why are they teaching the globe model? Well, you see, the globe is a container, and it's a container of all the known land. The Jesuits and the Freemasons, they needed a new model because they wanted a new world order.
Because right now on a ball or in a snow globe, there's only 7 continents. That's all there is. So everything is very limited. We have a limited supply.
Resources are very scarce because the Earth is a globe, right? It's cut off, everything's cut off. If you open it up and there is more land, then there's plenty of resources. More land means more resources. Well, that's huge if they're hiding something like that. There's a scene in The Truman Show where Truman is like, I want to be an explorer when I get older.
I like to be an explorer, like the Great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
Imagine if there's like all these beautiful places to explore still, and finding out that there's all this land, it just opens up the door for discovery again.
Have you ever heard of the eyewitness testimony written in the books, The Iron Republic, The Smoky God, Worlds Beyond the Poles?
In the late 1800s, there was a series of articles written in Florida Magazine about a politician that was tired of what was going on here, got a big ship and a crew, was exploring Antarctica, and he found a passageway through, and he popped out into the ocean, was lost for about a month. Finally, they found land with a city, and they pulled up, and it was a very advanced, quite different civilization, and very friendly, and they stayed there, and he writes about all the experiences he had there. In the late 1800s, they were talking about more land beyond Antarctica.
Remember, the word extraterrestrial means extra land. They're telling you that there's more land in here that they don't talk about.
There could be more land in some of the oceans where it's just all blue on the map. Nobody knows. You're not cruising around on big ships or flying over it on planes and looking, you know, nobody's out there charting anything.
Have you heard of such a thing as no-fly zones? For instance, you can't fly in certain areas near the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic Circle. The reasons being is because there are lands there that we're not supposed to know about. They don't want those lands to be discovered.
All these corrupt systems that are stealing money from us, kidnapping our children, just doing horrible things. They rely upon the cattle staying on the ranch, the slaves on the plantation. That's why Flat Earth is the most important knowledge we can obtain. It's because there is more land.
Don't look at us and say, go prove it. They won't allow us to go prove it. We're not the lazy ones here. We're being restricted from going to prove this to you. So because of that, of course we're going to speculate. It's a red flag. If that's not a red flag to you, I don't know what is. They won't allow us to go. Allow us to go. If we go and there's nothing there, I'll admit I'm wrong. But all signs point to that they're hiding more land.
You have to have permission to do everything. You have to have permission to marry the love of your life. You have to have permission to travel down the road. When we have the inalienable right to travel from point A to point B, you people think you're free. You're not free. You're free-range chickens. That's what you are. You're free-range chickens held in an area. You're not allowed to go past it. If not, you go to jail or you get shot. Stay on the plantation, do what you're supposed to do, pay your taxes, and shut up. Right?
Well, if there is more land, and I sincerely believe that there is, then that's the perfect reason to lie to everybody. And it's not just about hiding a place for more resources and where else we can go and dig for gas and gold. It's not about that. They're hiding freedom. They know that as soon as we all find out that there's another place to go without dictatorship, that we'd be gone.
There's endless amounts of everything, and there's so much more land out there, and there's many places to explore, and they just want to keep us here in the middle of the pond, stuck here thinking that this is all there is.
What happens to the price of gold and all natural resources if there's more land? Gold can't go to $1 an ounce. Gasoline can't go to 20 cents a gallon. We can all have, you know, thousands of acres of land to ourselves. The whole system crumbles. The entire system crumbles, period.
On the other hand, we have the North, which is also off limits.
I went on my first official trip. I was going with my father and my grandpa Sinclair up to the North Pole. It was a very glamorous destination. I figured I was finally going to be let into the reason for the existence of this high security Arctic base. It was exactly right. We drove slowly through and past the buildings on a special top secret mission. And that's when I understood just how powerful and wonderful my father was.
The North Pole is icky. It's always been in my mind. I've juggled with the idea, is there hidden land? Could they have possibly hidden a continent in the Arctic Ocean, which is seemingly an ocean? They could hide land there. Many old maps will show you the Hyperborean, 4 continents, and in the center, Axis Mundi. And I think that is what's there. I think there is Mount Meru. And I think that gives off an acoustic device.
There's definitely something special going on up there, and if you just think about that long enough, why do compasses point north? I mean, that's really wild in itself. What if we all took our compasses out and just followed them until it stops?
A compass will always point north, towards the magnetic north. There's some kind of force or some type of energy, frequency, vibration that's pulling that needle to the north.
It's crazy to think that all compasses are pointing north to the North Pole. No compass points south. There is no South Pole. There's no compass that's going to be, oh, go south. And no, it's come to the north. There's something there. I think we could all agree there's something there. And it's crazy that they cover it up. They've covered it up for so long.
There's ancient civilizations, the Nordics, there's people have talked about, you know, the Rupert Nigra, the Mount Meru, the giant magnetic mountain at the center.
An entire magnetic mass or a mountain that is strong enough to make everybody's compass point north.
When I was a kid in school, they showed us a National Geographic video of the guys that were getting to the North Pole, and they just basically made it look so horrible and miserable and dark and cold that no kid ever in his life would go, hey, I want to go to the North Pole.
So if you watch any documentary about the North Pole or anybody venturing to the North Pole, all you're gonna find is some dude mobbing on an ice sheet, and he's got a little device in his hand. He's like, 3, 2, 1, North Pole. And that's not the North Pole, man. That's
I just don't know what this is.
It's a map. My father showed me a map like this once. Inside the circle is your world and my world. Many others. No one knows how many. The Dark Tower stands at the center of all things. And it stood there from the beginning of time. And it sends out powerful energy.
I think that there's possibly a North Pole hole, part of the electromagnetic torus, which gives off a green light, which you see as the Northern Lights.
The North Pole is the center of the Earth. It is a hyperbola. Because we live in a toroidal field solar system, there must be a plane of inertia intersecting it in the middle, and there must be a hyperbola, hourglass, in the middle. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, it calls this Mount Meru. And why are we not allowed to go anywhere near there? Well, simply because you cannot go there. It is a magnetic toroidal hyperbola. Therefore, there is no way that you can fly anywhere near the North Pole in the center of the Earth.
Admiral Richard Byrd said he found more land, in the north as well as the south. There's a book called The Smoky God of a father and son that ended up finding more land in a race of giants with technology beyond your wildest imagination. Cartographers have charted, maps with land in the center, where all compasses point. There's just a lot of evidence pointing to more land. So yeah, 100%, I would put my life on it if there's more land at the north. It's just as heavily guarded as the south.
Can't like go check the north and yeah, let me go check. I'll take some pictures and videos and come back. You're not even gonna get that close. You're gonna be turned around, the same as the south.
All the way up until the 1600s, they had 4 land masses around the North Pole region. And right after the 1600s is when it slowly started disappearing until finally it was all gone. And you can verify this for yourself if you just go back before the 1600s and look at maps of all sorts. You'll see these land masses on each one, and then sure thing, these land masses just started being deleted from history. So what are they hiding at the North Pole?
If we sit back and observe all of this evidence, this eyewitness testimony, the verdict would come back guilty. It would come back guilty.
Okay. You are moving 1,000 miles an hour as Earth rotates. You are moving 18 miles per second in orbit around the sun, and you don't feel any of that. Okay?
Okay.
You don't feel any of that. If it's trying to fling you off the Earth,
okay,
but the force of gravity is resisting back, by what force is it trying to fling you off? That upward centrifugal force subtracts from the gravitational force that the Earth is trying to put on you.
The best stimulus.
So, Charles, what do you weigh here and now?
192 pounds. Yeah.
I'll give you the 190 pounds, okay?
Okay.
So if you do the math, you run to Ecuador, because we're in the Western Hemisphere, so let's stay there. You run to Ecuador, you will not be 190 pounds. You'll be like 185 pounds.
What?
That's how significant it is.
That's
if I did my math correct, and I think I did, there are pounds less that you weigh for living on the equator than for living anywhere else, simply because the spinning Earth is trying to fling you off.
Nice.
Yes. Yes.
If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour in a curved trajectory, we're dropping at a rate of miles per minute. But somehow none of that inertia affects these rocks here, which are perfectly balanced.
The fact is, the Earth is stationary, and that is scientific, not pseudoscience. In 1879, George Airy, astronomer royal for 49 years, who did a telescope experiment and proved that the Earth was stationary. Then we have
Parallax, also known as Rowbotham, who carried out an experiment in the late 1800s on the Bedford Levels experiment, where he went at a distance of 6 miles, which should have showed up some sort of curvature of around 16 foot. No curvature was seen at all.
Then we have Michelson, Morley and Sagnac in the early 1900s with their interferometers using light instead of telescopes this time. And with their interferometer experiments, they proved that the ether over the Earth, the field, is moving and the Earth is stationary. We also had Michelson Gale. They did an experiment in the 1930s and proved that the Earth is stationary.
One of the greatest science experiments of all time, in my opinion, is from Marconi. Marconi in 1901 set up transmitters to send radio waves, like signals, wireless signals across the ocean, Atlantic Ocean, okay? So he has one set up in Europe and one set up in Canada, okay? And they're sending signals, I think the letter S was the first one, boom, whew, and it worked. Almost 2,000 miles across the ocean, they got the signal. There's no curvature. You're talking about 600 miles of curvature between the 2 points, but it worked because all water's level. I don't even know if he was trying to talk about that at the time. It was just more about his technology that he was coming out with. And have you learned about that in school? No.
Then we have Pierluigi Ghina, a colleague of Marconi. And before he died, he showed people in his laboratory how the Earth is stationary. You can go to my channel, Mr. Astrotheology, and you can see videos of Mr. Pierluigi Ghina proving in his laboratory with strobe lights how you can prove quite easily that the Earth is stationary.
Every scientific experiment throughout time looking for axial rotation or curvature has proven the opposite. They don't teach this in schools. Any observation, when you go outside on a calm morning, you can see a perfectly glass lake. And your senses will tell you that, nothing is moving.
We, stationary Earth, we have science, real science, on our side, and the globies have pseudoscience. In fact, all they have is Einstein saying, I have come to believe that no optical experiment can prove that the Earth is moving. And yet, the Earth is moving.
Science!
Yeah, Albert Einstein. I always recommend people go watch Albert Einstein in his interviews. He's reading cue cards. He's reading notes that someone handed him, kind of like people on TV nowadays.
There is no optical experiment ever been conducted that can prove that the Earth is moving.
The Earth is spinning at 1,040 miles an hour. You can't feel it, you can't measure it, you can't observe it, you can't repeat it, but trust us, there's not one experiment that shows the Earth is spinning or moving whatsoever. There is, however, an experiment that was proven in Behind the Curve.
Bob Nodell was talking about the ring laser gyro, showing that there is a apparent 15 degrees drift throughout most of the day.
When we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift.
And this was taken out of context. It was later, the experiment was done at a higher altitude and it showed a different rotation speed, which absolutely proves it's not the Earth that's moving, that it's the ether that is spinning above us.
Netflix is mainstream. Netflix is the alternative mainstream narrative. Netflix can't go against the grain. They'll lose their contract.
A documentary, like a mockumentary. I'm sure someone watched our movie and was like, whoever made this movie is a government shill, and they're just trying to hide it. Netflix is in on it, trying to hide it. Yeah, he accidentally proves that the Earth is round.
It was the biggest mic drop. It was the biggest mic drop, and I love that you kind of cut it.
The thing is, we have technology that is outrunning their lies. Now we have time lapse. Ooh, imagine that. We have time lapse where we can point at the sky, and year after year, day after day, hour after hour, the sky's spinning.
Every day there should be different stars random stars in the sky if we are traveling at 650 million miles an hour, which is Mach 870,000. Do you really believe that every year we move through space at 5.5 trillion miles every year? And yet every year the same stars keep turning over our Earth. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, year after year after year, and yet none of those constellations distort, change shape, get brighter. There has never been, in recorded history, we have never seen any star get brighter or dimmer or any shape of those constellations which are still recognizable today as they were thousands of years ago. They never suffer any parallax or distortion.
Polaris has never moved in all of recorded history. Point your camera up at Polaris and do a time lapse and watch God's perfect timepiece spin above you.
And we move 5,694,000,000 miles through space every year. Congratulations to you if you believe that. It's called education, indoctrination, and dumbing down.
This theater will soon bring you the greatest array of pictures ever to reach our screen.
If you look back in history, you got Universal, their company. They started off with a logo with a globe in it, but it wasn't until like the 1920s that they actually had the motion one where it was a spinning globe. And they actually had an airplane in the early ones, like leaving a chemtrail that said Universal, which is kind of funny. Nobody has been high enough to even see what it looked like. They were definitely trying to instill the image of a globe in people's heads because obviously early on in the movie industry, they were one of the most popular companies to make movies. So people were going to the theater and seeing this globe.
So they're showing you a globe before every single movie to program your mind. They were showing this globe before they even went up there to see what it was. I think the first man ever to go up and check is Picard going up there. I mean, that's a story we're not taught in school.
From the practical point of view, Professor Picard's experiment is of the highest possible importance.
These timelines, these dates, these are facts.
We got Auguste Picard coming out in the 1930s in an actual publication by a science journal saying that the Earth looks like a flat disk with an upturned edge.
Besides Universal programming you, you had Walt Disney programming you with space documentaries for almost 15 years straight.
Some pretty crazy propaganda in the 1950s. There was one called Man in Space. He's talking about taking men to the moon in a rocket. And then if we cruise on, we got Richard E. Byrd. He goes on Longines chronoscope and he's sitting down and he's telling people.
Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Shortly after Richard E. Byrd did that interview, they put the Antarctic Treaty in place, and then 1 year later, NASA is established.
Almost 0 hour at Cape Canaveral, and enlarged 16mm pictures show a monkey specially trained and conditioned for voyaging in space. 2 monkeys had been selected for the job. They called them Abel and Baker, A and B, of course. In fact, the monkeys came down safely near Antigua. Reported none the worse after blazing the trail for human space travel.
They come in and they're the gatekeepers for your mind. Like, they're making sure that people think that they live on a spinning ball, and that's their sole purpose, that it has always been their sole purpose.
is the magic of engineering. I would wear a mask on my face in a nanosecond, but unfortunately we lost the technology.
It can take days, even weeks, to produce just a single image. The dazzling final results, enough to keep us all dreaming.
If you believe in the globe, you're dreaming.
NASA is hiding the frickin' flatness of the Earth. Why? It's okay to say, I have a fisheye lens, right? Because, yeah, fisheye lenses are useful. You know, you get more, you know, in architecture or, you know, realtors use them. But when you're doing it too much and you're not really coming out and saying why, questions build up.
1923, a fisheye lens was invented. So these space agencies had a heads up already. And the fisheye lens was originally, I think, $27,000 to purchase. And this is in 1923. I mean, today that's about, what, 100 grand, 200 grand equivalent in cost? And people would tell me, Hitler, I'll give you that. NASA is a lying government entity, right? But what about Red Bull? Red Bull is just an energy drink. And I saw Felix Baumgartner jump out of a space capsule. Flat Earthers did a great job of debunking that. Of course it's a fisheye lens, it's not even a question. What most people don't know is that Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know, the science priest of modern day, that everybody loves and they listen to him. Oh, he's so smart. Well, he is a smart man in the sense of he knows that we debunked the out of that.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, Felix Baumgartner, edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's he wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he's like, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
You just don't.
ISS. Thanks. Yeah, okay, that was good. We're still not in space with the ISS stuff. Thanks, Neil.
So we put so much pressure on Neil deGrasse Tyson to come clean. He had to. We exposed Felix Baumgartner. That's a complete fisheye lens. There's no curvature at all on this Earth, let alone they're trying to sell it as 23 miles up, there's curvature. Even though people will sit there and swear they saw curvature out of an airplane 10 miles high. Yeah, okay. So your priest Neil deGrasse Tyson admits 23 miles up, no curve. How do you feel?
That's what he's going to do when they.
Maybe you say that's no big deal.
When it comes out, okay. It's fine. He's going to raise his.
Felix Baumgartner himself said he could see the curvature of the Earth.
It's almost overwhelming. When you're standing there in a pressure suit, the only thing that you hear is yourself breathing. You can see the curvature of the Earth. You can see the sky is totally black. You can see the curvature of the Earth. You can see the curvature of the Earth.
You can see the curvature of the Earth.
That's 120,000 feet, 4 times higher than most passenger planes fly.
So that should make you go, right away, what's going on here? Who's lying, right? But you don't think there's an agenda here? You don't think people are lying here? Fast forwarding to recently, Richard Branson, his Mr. Billionaire himself.
Officially the first billionaire to travel to space, so Richard Branson.
So you go 63 miles up, you would all probably assume that, of course, you can see this giant curve of Earth. You're 63 miles up. Richard Branson supposedly goes up 63 miles, even though it's nothing but fisheye lens footage. We exposed that. Here comes Neil deGrasse Tyson again, damage control time.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Well, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
You can't see the curve out of an airplane, right? 10 miles. You agree? I hope you agree so far. Okay. So 10 miles up, no curve. Red Bull, 23 miles up, no curve. Branson, 63 miles up, no curve. So where is this curve at that you swear by? Because if you live on a ball, I don't care how big the ball is, it could be 4 times the size of what they told us, you would still see a physical curve at some point. That's what the horizon's supposed to be. That's how the sun is going. I mean, there's a curve of the Earth. All these theories involved with the curve of the Earth get thrown out the window.
That's what happens with a new company.
This is the fiction section. Fiction means it's a made-up story. Oh, hey, Elmo, I bet we can find your Galactic Gale comic book here. Oh, boy, Elmo, help, sir.
We all know who our enemies are. They are called the globalists, with their false idol that they give children on the teacher's table at kindergarten, the false globe of the global agenda.
People are just deceived. I mean, I grew up from kindergarten. There's a globe. My kids, they graduated from kindergarten and it was a freaking globe. They gave them a globe at graduation to take home like an inflatable beach ball. And I was looking at that thing going, oh my God.
We are taught that the Earth is a ball before we can talk. In school, there's a globe in the class. One of the first worksheets we get is a sheet on the orbits of the planets and the sun. And I actually still remember that sheet. I did it, I got it right, I was so proud of myself. Sesame Street has astronauts on, Disney. It's all globe programming. So your entire world belief is around this.
If you think about it, they've gotten it at a very, very young age with the lying. Before we have any critical thought, the capability of thinking for ourselves. They teach us lies from the very beginning, from Tooth Fairy, Santa, dinosaurs. With Santa, for instance, I mean, we're taught this lie, you better be good. We need you to stay in line and be good. Don't be naughty, be nice. You want to be on that nice list. Santa will come and bring you these material gifts, and then fast forward, you find out Santa isn't real. For 5, 6, 7 years, however long the lie went on for, you've been conditioned a certain way, to act a certain way, so you'll fall in line. You'll do exactly what mommy and daddy tell you, what the teachers tell you. And when you realize that lie, it's subconsciously, you're taught at that point, it's okay to lie. It's okay to lie. It's okay to accept lies. It's okay for people to lie to you. It's okay for you to lie. So the whole world is a liar. Everyone's a liar now because they were taught at a very young age it's okay to lie. They get you with these lies of Tooth Fairy and Santa at a young age. So when you're an adult, you can't tell the difference between a lie and reality. And when you do find out it's possibly a lie, oh, it's okay. You're subtle. You're passive. You allow the lie because you're used to, it's okay to lie. You've been conditioned your entire life. It's okay to lie. It's okay to be lied to. So when the lie comes out, people are just like, okay, whatever. Got to turn on my Fox News. Got to go to the bar. Got to go watch my football. Give them bread and circuses, and they will never revolt.
When people hear about Flat Earth, when I talk to them about it, they think it's the dumbest thing ever. They think I'm uneducated. They don't realize that they don't know what they're talking about. And people say, well, what about ships over the horizon? You explain that. What about sunsets? You explain that. What about seasons? You explain that. And then they throw their hands up. They go, well, why does it matter? What difference does it make? I still have to go to work tomorrow. That's right where they want you. They want you working in your slave job. They want you obeying orders, doing what you're told, and living paycheck to paycheck, and just not realizing where you are. The truth is, we're not spinning out of control, lost in space, where an asteroid could take us out. They want us believing we're running out of fuel. They want us to believe we're running out of food, when anyone can go and get a seed, stick it into the ground, water will fall from the sky, and food will grow out of the ground. There is no shortage of water, food, space. Every American family could have a half an acre in Texas and the rest of the country would be empty. They're lying about everything.
You let your kids get raised and taught by other people that you don't know what they're learning. Everybody's disconnected. There is no harmony or anything going on with human beings. We're all scattered, disconnected, and pretty much what they're doing with teaching us this whole lie about the Earth being a ball, and you're flying through outer space, and dinosaurs used to roam the Earth, and if these powerful beings could get wiped out by a comet, then what are we gonna do if a comet comes? We're done.
So the heliocentric model not only manages to keep us all completely worthless floating amongst the stars in space, but it also keeps us in fear that we're either going to knock into something in the future, or there's going to be something that then bangs into us that causes some sort of horrendous collision and we're all going to die, or maybe, you know, some cartoon satellite has found another planet where there could be like flesh-eating monsters on there, and it's, you know, some sort of crazy that they throw down your face and try and say, you know, this is, as well as everything else that you're scared of, keeping your house, keeping your health, keeping your family together, there's also a chance as well that some rock may fall from the sky and kill you tomorrow.
And another thing people don't know is that not only in 1920 did Rockefeller change all the textbooks and come up with an agenda of what they want you to know, but there was a man named George Lemaitre. I felt like, you know, Einstein passed the torch to him or something. They were good friends, apparently, and George Lemaitre was a Catholic priest. Yeah, a Catholic priest. And in 1920, he said, hey, we came from a Big Bang. It's all about 1920 was a crazy year, huh? 1920, they said we came from a Big Bang. We exploded from nothing. Well, how do you prove that? Well, no, you can't, but that's what was stated. So here's this Catholic priest where, in my opinion, they knew that even though non-religious people knew the earth was flat and stationary, they were trying to group, just call flat earthers at that time. They're flat earthers, they're all religious people. So let's bring forward a Catholic priest. Look, he's not a scientist. He's not government, he's a priest. He's Catholic, he's holy. This is brand new. This isn't thousands of years old. This isn't the Big Bang's been around for thousands of years. Heliocentrism has been around for thousands of years. No, they create fictional characters, Galileo, Copernicus. They create characters to support the New World Order, their agenda. The way they change the entire school system and structure of what we know and all the information and knowledge that we obtain. If it's false, then yeah, they got their goal. A nation of workers, not thinkers. No one thinks.
What's the circumference of the globe?
I have no idea.
How fast is it spinning at the equator?
Don't know.
How fast is it orbiting the sun?
Cody? You have glasses on. You should know this.
How fast is the sun moving?
Man, you're asking some questions I'm not ready to answer.
But see, this is the point. You guys laugh at flat Earth. Well, one, you don't know what flat Earth is, and worse is you don't even know what your own solar system is. They don't know their own model. You can ask them, what's the radius of the Earth? How was it found? What's the speed of the Earth around the sun? How fast is the Earth spinning at the equator? How fast is it chasing the sun? How many miles does it go a year? How far is the sun? They don't know any of these things, but yet they defend this and they ridicule and make fun of flat earthers.
All the things that I was patronizing and condescending and going, oh, sloughing off, that's not worthy of me. They rose up to eye level. And I remember saying, boy, the world is flat. I'm looking it in the eye. I see further, I see wider, I see clearer.
I settled on near infrared, like some of these cameras can be converted to near infrared, you know? So then I started taking photos, and since I was doing a lot of flying, I started going up, and boom. I was actually amazed to see the incredible flatness that you get from high altitude. Everywhere I looked, there was like clues that the Earth is flat. And I was like, this is blowing my mind. Everywhere I looked, the Earth is flat. And NASA is lying about the curvature. So I said, something is eerily wrong over here, man. When I saw across the Gulf, right off the coast of Texas there in Louisiana, I was flying to Orlando, and I saw all the way out in the distance, and you could even see the rays of light at a different angle. That tripped me out. But if you really go up high, then you realize, oh my God, the Earth is extremely flat.
This would be impossible on a globe. There is no 8 inches per mile square.
Equation for curvature of 8 inches per mile squared has been debunked over and over again. The flat earthers with their P900s and their P1000 cameras are constantly seeing things way off beyond the supposed curvature of Earth.
In fact, many tests have been done with lasers, cameras, filming mountain ranges 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 miles into the horizon, which are visible and shouldn't be visible if we were living on a globe. This is how much distance he covered with his camera, and he could see from here the Rocky Mountains. There you go. There is no 8 inches per mile square.
There's no way you can see 500 miles on the other side of this ball. There's no buildings that are curving backwards. If point A to point B, you're on a ball, they're not gonna be flat up and down like on our flat Earth. They're gonna be like this. There's no tilting. They've measured distances from the base of buildings to the top, level and flat.
People look out at the ocean and you see ships and stuff, and it appears like these ships and boats, they go down. And that is a huge factor as to why people think the Earth is round.
If you look at the ocean or a lake, it looks flat. Look at that. Look how straight and flat that horizon is.
Looks flat, doesn't it?
See, it looks like a table or a board. Now, once in a while, you might see mountains or hills, but those are just like little bumps on what looks like a flat Earth. As ships sail away, they don't disappear all at once. No, first, the bottom will disappear. See, the bottom of the ship is gone. Now we can see midway up, and then the whole thing disappears. So people realized that the world is curved. I mean, it's a big curve, but it's curved. That's what we call pseudoscience.
You could buy a camera now that zooms times 100, and you could zoom in on these ships and boats leaving your view, your human eyeball's view, pull out a camera and zoom in on it, and suddenly you're back. It's on top of a level surface, still cruising.
So the limit of your vision is where the sky meets the ground due to perspective. As they come together, that's the limit of your vision. That's called our horizon. The horizon is optical. If you had a super zoom camera, you can zoom in and make this angular size bigger to reveal small objects that you couldn't see. And then when you zoom out, it goes back together and things disappear into the horizon, not over.
We see skylines beyond what we're supposed to see. I mean, the visibility from 100, 200, 500 miles away, it bunks the whole 8 inches per mile squared.
Photogrammetry, I think, is one of the best way to convince yourself. You do multiple images of the ground, and then you put it in a software, and you realize how flat it is. You're seeing it yourself, it's your data, nobody's lying to you. You've taken the data yourself. It's not Jay Tolan that's trying to, troll you. Like some people, they're like, he's trolling people, man.
And it's not SpaceX or NASA doing it either. It's yourself.
Yeah, it's yourself. You're doing your own experiment.
Many times when you're looking out over water, there's waves. Well, those waves will block entire city skylines. If this was a wave right near me, if my face was a city skyline, it blocks just the bottom. But if that wave was closer to you, it blocks much more of it. It's all perspective.
And I thought I wasn't going to get anything that would beat this until I found this photo from Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki. And what you're seeing here is a mirage. Typically, we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, up in space. The story has been one of the most viewed stories on our website ever. They say my explanation is a cover-up. A cover-up to their belief that this picture is proof the Earth is flat.
The one goal I had was to prove that what people are seeing from the other side of Lake Michigan is not a mirage, that they are actually seeing the city.
It's got to be the dumbest weatherman ever.
I think it's amazing, dude. It certainly did. It's not a mirage, I can tell you that. No.
Our focal point was the Sears Tower, which is also known as the Willis Tower, right? Yes, the Willis Tower. The Willis Tower, and we can see it the entire time. We can see it the entire time.
That's not a mirage. That's not a mirage, whatever you're looking at.
You see it? Yeah. Is he not breaking?
It's not a mirage.
That's the proof right here. That's the proof.
I was shocked to find out that there are a number of people that believe the Earth is still flat, and that to them, this is actually proof that the Earth is flat. One person just questioned me and asking me for a retraction of the articles and lies. A lot of people try and kind of be nice about it. Well, are you sure you did it right? And then they send me links that the Earth is flat. And some are just pretty straightforward about it, and they title replies calling me a deceiver, and that I should check my degree or quit telling lies on television. It got me questioning a lot of things. Were my calculations right?
No. You can obviously see Chicago from that far away. It really is the Chicago skyline. We can see things farther and farther away than that and prove it. You can prove it yourself. You can go there on a clear day and see the same thing. You can go do the same tests and prove it to yourself. That's the best way to do it, right? Prove it to yourself. You're not taking anyone's word for it. You're doing your own experiment. It's not a mirage. It's not an illusion. It's Chicago from 60 plus miles away. I mean, we could barely see the street sign a few blocks ahead of us on a foggy day. I mean, they're spraying our skies with shit all the time. You can open your weather app right now. It'll tell you the visibility. But that's how far they're telling you can see through the weather patterns. There's so many different factors of why we can't see that far. We're not superheroes. I mean, take any flat and level road around your house safely. Test it out, make sure it's level. But you take your camcorder and you bring it all the way down to the ground and you zoom in and you see all this distortion and it kind of vaporizes and globe heads want to add like this bridge is bending around a curve and there's the curve. It's like, no, it's an optical illusion. That's all it is. This has been replicated many, many times. There is no curvature. Stop fooling yourselves. That even something like the sun, when it goes across this huge plane, it sets and it disappears due to
perspective. So you're seeing it come and go on such a vast plane. It's so huge that the sun could come through and go so far away that it just goes out of your view and behind so many false horizons, i.e. mountains, trees, forests, city buildings, just really tall things. Keep in mind, the sun is much smaller and close.
This is an intelligently designed and created place. As the sun, moon, and stars are rotating around, knowing that we can only see a certain amount of light, I think like 1%, there's only so much light our eyes can actually see. Unless you're on like DMT, I'm sure you can see way more lights. But naturally, we can't see that many lights in the sky. All ancient civilizations spoke about other bodies, other lights in the sky that may or may not be visible to us at any given time. It's crazy though, when you see solar eclipse, you don't see the moon at all. I remember as a kid, I like, where's the moon now? And it's like you just see this black circle and then everything goes back to normal, it seems like. It's like, what the heck just happened?
On the total eclipse of the sun, the shadow that the moon casts on the earth is only 70 miles wide. That is impossible, but then they come up with umbra and penumbra, and it's just stuff to confuse your mind. We have an infinitely far sun sending diagonal rays from the side and straight rays from the middle where they cross each other. It makes absolutely no sense.
I went live a few years ago on YouTube during the 2018 eclipse in the United States. On a live event, and we were all waiting for the moon to actually show up to cause this elliptical, this eclipse, and all we found was no moon showed up. So that blew my mind to think that there was actually no moon visible, yet this effect of the sun literally being covered by an object I had witnessed.
Why can't we see the moon approach the sun, eclipse the sun, or exit the sun? And we don't. We just see a black circle eclipsing the sun. We never see it next to the sun. Now people say, well, it's because the sun is so bright. When the moon is totally eclipsing the sun, you should be able to see the features on the moon. You should be able to with a regular camera, with your regular eyes, with an infrared camera, but it has never been seen. There's only been anti-flat earthers that will fake an image and fade it into a picture of the eclipse. There's no video of it. Think about what an amazing video would be if they could film it from the International Space Station or from the moon itself. Never happens because I don't believe the moon that we see is what's eclipsing the sun. There's lots of ancient mythology about other dark bodies.
There could be anomalous bodies up there. They're not actually visible to us.
A celestial body that we perhaps can't see, because there's on the spectrum of light, we can only see 1% of all the light rays, gamma rays, X-rays. We can't see these certain frequencies and energies and lights.
What happens is the sun is eclipsed by the so-called moon, but it's not the moon, it's actually the north node.
There's been, times documented in the past where there's, this eclipse, and the moon's supposed to be eclipsing, and there's no moon anywhere in the sky. Nowhere. Anywhere. And that makes absolutely no sense. So there's got to be another celestial body. The oldest ancient symbols, and it's the black sun, a celestial body that we perhaps can't see.
A lot of ancient civilizations always spoke about a black sun. It's like, why are they talking about a black sun for hundreds, if not thousands of years? And that information now is turned into, oh, the black sun is an evil thing. It's like, well, yeah, of course, that's what they're selling it. They're selling it to you as an evil thing to stay away from it. They already don't want you to like the real sun in the sky. They push it so far away. They want you to not care about it. There's a reason it's close to you. There's a reason it's here for us. There might be more suns and moons on the outskirts of Antarctica, on the outer lands. There might be more suns and moons. There might be more suns and moons in our world here, but we just can't see it. And you talk about the seasons itself. Seasons prove the Earth is a stationary plane with a local sun.
When the sun is circling over the Earth over here in the Tropic of Cancer, these people here, they have summer. But 6 months later, the sun is over here. It's going around over here. So Australia down here, and South Africa, and South America, now they have summer because the sun is local. It's not 93 million miles away.
And the sun and the moon revolving and springing into the center seasonally and then springing back out again. This makes perfect sense than a spinning ball hanging on an invisible skyhook at a degree of 6.66 of a supposed axis where it tilts the Earth.
People need to stop defending a theory that they were taught in kindergarten.
So at sunrise, every sunrise should be arctically cold because that is the most severe tilt possible. And to make it worse, in the northern hemisphere, in the heliononsensical model, the sun is 3.5 million miles farther away in our summer. But when the sun shows up on the horizon, I can feel the heat on my face immediately. I can get a suntan in June. But in December, at solar noon, when the sun is at its highest point in the sky, I can look up at the sun and barely feel the heat on my face. And also, it's 3.5 million miles closer. The whole tilt thing doesn't make any sense.
And when the sun is on this side, it only illuminates this part of the Earth because it's local. And this part is dark, that will be night. So it's quite easy to understand day and night and the seasons and explain them on the flat Earth than it is with the globe model.
The sun, moon, and stars are rotating around our heads like a perfect clock, and it goes out of your view as taking the light with it. This is an intelligently designed and created place.
The sun does move about 15 degrees per hour through the sky, but when it gets close to the horizon, it kind of stops and it stays there and it moves at a different speed. I filmed this several times with my drone. No humidity and not over water. And it'll just stop and sit there. And then it kind of just fades away as it goes into the distance. But at the same time, because of perspective, I have friends that were down at the beach that saw the sun set 10 minutes earlier from the bottom up. And that's simply because they're looking across a span of water that has a hill with trees, a tree line on it, which is hundreds of feet over their heads. But from their point of view, it's at eye level. And as the sun moves away, it just gets eclipsed by the tree line, which they think is eye level, but it's high up in the sky.
Water. It's always flat, always level.
So starting at the northernmost point, as far as I can get, of Lake Michigan, and then traveling south, you can see that red line here, that the body of Lake Michigan is 574 feet above sea level, and it's level. There's no change in elevation, there's no curve. This cross-section shows what an undisturbed body of water looks like, and that's level. We know that to be true. There's three properties of liquids. They have mass, they take up space, and they always take the shape of their container.
The physics of water is to find and maintain level. So if it's in a cup, to this lake behind me, to the seas, to the oceans, that's why I call it sea level, because it's flat and level. No matter who tries to sell you the idea that water's curving over a ball, it's just not happening. That's the number one proof right there, just water alone. Water alone proves that the Earth is flat, because water always finds and maintains level, period. Water does not curve. In its temporary state, it's finding its level. Once it hits the ground and finds its level, it remains level.
I never even thought of the idea of water maintaining its level, and that alone just like mind-blowing. Like, absolutely, water has to maintain its level. Like, it's always, if it's calm and there's nothing going on, you know, you look at a lake, it's just chilling flat. It has to be. It can't curve.
There's nothing you can say or do to ever show water bending or curving. Water needs to be contained. No matter what you do, it's going to remain level.
The flat Earth proves beyond a shadow of a doubt the existence of intelligent design, a creator. And we are all important in the center of the universe.
Yes, it is absolutely imperative that we know that there is a creator, that the sun, moon, and stars revolve around us, that we have a purpose. We are at the center of the universe. I didn't become a millionaire until I realized I was at the center of the universe. Now I have a purpose.
Once you understand that you are at the center of creation, everything changes. And basically, we're unplugging from the matrix. We're unplugging from the heliocentric system. And when you do that, the rulers of this world, you unplug from them. You stop feeding them what they need. They want your fear energy. They want your labor. They want everything from you. And people unknowingly just keep giving it to them.
I don't want my children to be lied to And I don't want my grandchildren to be lied to either. So if this is going to stop, it starts with you and I.
You know, they inherit all this stuff. You go to school and they
Hey, Rookie,
teach you.
what's up, man?
When I was in grad school, man, I was shocked that most people, most of my classmates were not really interested in learning. They were interested in passing a class.
This came
on the one side,
early.
tens and tens of scientists proven that the Earth is stationary and we have nothing on the globe's side, so the Earth is stationary.
No one thinks about how easy it is to do this.
Ah.
There. Now I can hear you. What's up, dude?
Yeah. Not much. Just came up
Too well last couple months, so. Wow, your mic went from like awesome to like scratchy up.
Oh, I backed
Check your
up.
connection. There you go.
How's,
There you go.
how's that? Yeah, I just backed up too far.
I tried to sleep all day. I tried to rest all day. Wow, it's ridiculous. I lay there trying to sleep and I can't sleep. You know, so.
You got something going on there.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with that mic, but it like.
Okay,
hold on. It sounds good for a second, and then it just goes all.
Oh, got it. It was the connection here. Hold on. Yeah, it was started to get unplugged.
It's good now?
Yeah, it is for a second.
Okay, hold on.
No, I can hear you clear now, but like I said, as soon as you move or something, it might do it again.
Yeah, sometimes whatever, like movement or whatever, I'll accidentally unplug the thing from the computer, so it probably gets an intermittent connection when it happens, so I can make sure it's plugged in all the way.
You sound good now. So as long as you don't move around too much, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So.
Not much. Kind of cloudy today. How's it in your area? Overcast?
I haven't even looked out the door yet. To be honest with you, I just crawled out of bed a little bit ago and plugged in.
We got Pac-Man here. Have you talked to them yet? You get your audio fixed, son?
Pardon me?
Hi, Pac-Man.
We have Pac-Man here.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I normally sit in mute listening in.
Are you brand new?
Kind of, yeah. Well, yeah, I am brand new to this channel, so hi to everybody.
Well, welcome. Welcome to the channel. How'd you find us? How did you get here?
Do you know what, right? I probably watched one of those flat Earth videos and took a bunch of like different addresses and just started adding whatever I could on Discord and
okay, so where do you stand on what we're talking about here? Where do you stand on
flat Earth debate?
Yeah, what side do you stand on?
I'm totally with. I've always had my suspicions about the heliocentric model that they're portrayed to us at school. I've always had my doubts about, this moon landings and these when they talk about space and when they show us space. I thought with all the technology we got nowadays and all this smartphone capabilities, if they're really going out into space and sending satellites out into the middle of nowhere, surely they could set a satellite out to such a distance where they could capture the globe in real time, where you would see live action planes flying around, but you don't. And yeah, I mean, I can't say I know all the answers. It's just that things don't add up. So it's made me like very curious, and I kind of started like swaying towards this flat Earth. But The problem I have is the moment I mention this to anybody in my family, they just shut me down as a look.
Yeah, we all get that side of it. I mean, you can't expect, you know, well, you got to figure a lot of people are so stuck on this idea, and they've been stuck on it for so long that they just don't ever consider that there's a possibility that it's not right, you know? And so, I mean, we can't blame people for not wanting to accept our change, right? But at the same time, you know,
Puzzles me is that they don't have the intellect to even question it or look for themselves. And if they do want to look, they'll just go straight to Google and just do a voiceover. It's like, what's the answer to this? Well, Google said it's this. It's like, well, if you're going back to the same hand that keeps indoctrinating you, you're not going to hear otherwise.
So what's your favorite? What's the thing that convinced you to start questioning it, would you say? You know, like what information did you come across that made you start considering that maybe the Earth isn't a ball? Just if you don't mind me asking.
There isn't a ball. Okay, so I was a ball believer.
Right. But I'm saying, you know, like.
So what threw me off? Well, when they kept talking about space travel and the moon landing, and I kept thinking, well, they managed to go to space with technology that was less than a calculator, right? And then you see all these astronauts, and then they're supposed to be in a vacuum. So then you picture something going in a vacuum. Surely the astronaut will be so puffed out, like a marshmallow man, that he wouldn't have the capability to bend. And then you start looking at all the footage, and then that led me to like, well, it was all fake. And then I started watching other documentaries about the water. It's like, you know, like water has a resting point, is always flat. Well, I've been in the ocean, on boats, on ferries. I've been to the coastline of Spain, on top of the mountains, and I've seen the coastline. And on a clear afternoon on a summer, I don't know if I'll catch it this year, but as the sun goes down on the coastline of the Costa del Sol, you can catch the whole coastline of Morocco as the sun starts, you know, going away into the distance. Now, if there was an Earth curvature, Earth's supposed to have a curve of like, how many degrees per mile? Like,
8 inches. 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
Miles squared.
So yeah, that doesn't add up to me either. And I get the whole aspect of water always rests on a flat plane. So yeah, it's just left me with boggling answers, and I just sit here in various different groups trying to like ascertain as much knowledge as I can, so I can build up my own sort of like library of information, so that I can then comprehend the full scope of the world, of the planet we live on. You know, I mean, like,
you seem a little nervous. You don't have to be nervous, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, I was indoctrinated like everybody else at school. You know, my very eager monkey jumps up Saturn's pajamas or whatever it is. But then planets, like, you always see these pictures of these beautiful planets and stuff, but then they're all computer animated images. Not one image is a genuine picture. And another thing that threw me off was this Google Earth. How Google Earth doesn't add up. And then the biggest bizarre thing that I've got going at the minute is the South Pole, the Antarctic Circle. Because, okay, so we've got the Antarctic Treaty, no one's allowed to go there and everything, right? But what if we could get every boat, every sailor to say, look, if we're wrong, we're wrong, all right? Let's prove it. Let's everybody who's got a boat, yacht, just sail through to the South Pole. You're going to be greeted by the Royal Navy or whoever's bordering it, but they're not going to shoot everybody out of the water. Not if you've got thousands and thousands of people. Surely someone's got to give in and allow somebody to explore that.
Yeah, I love that idea, but it just doesn't seem like. I mean, if you really think about it, we're talking about an extreme place that's very cold. There's no food. There's no, there's water, but only because it's frozen. I mean, it's really like it's the worst, some of the worst conditions. Now, they could be lying about that, of course, but I mean, honestly, I don't know that anybody would really want to go there, even if we could get to the damn coast of it. I don't know that I would want to do that adventure, not without, somewhere warm to hang out and all that. But at the same time, I don't necessarily consider that kind of thing evidence to me. To me, the evidence is me measuring the horizon. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, I get that it's only a visual horizon and it's not physical, but if it's level, right? If it's level this way, if it's level that way, it doesn't matter whether things roll away from you or disappear from the ground up, because you could do that on a coffee table. The point is that if you measure something flat and then you turn and you look 90 degrees and it's flat again, and you turn again 90 degrees and it's still flat, then there's only one conclusion you can come to. It's flat.
Yeah.
That's where I started from. Like I went to the ocean and I measured it. It's flat from left to right, from tip to tip. It's flat. It's level. So, and if I turn 90 degrees and it's still level, and I turn back the other way and it's still level, and I turn behind me and it's still level, then it's level. I can pretty much, I get it. The dirt itself is three-dimensional. It's convex to the level of the water, but we live on a plane, dude. It's not difficult to understand.
Yes, I totally agree. Another thing that draws my mind is, on an afternoon as the sun's like veering away, as the sun rays are coming through the clouds, the rays make like triangles. They come out as a triangle. I mean, if it was at a distance, then all the rays should be equal, traveling through all the clouds in the same same motion. Surely.
I want to agree with that, but to be honest with you, if let's just say if, okay, let's just say if sunlight line, sun line or whatever you want to call it, light beams of light are in parallel. If they hit something like a drop of water, they're going to refract in all directions, are they not? Because we're talking about a spherical piece of water, right?
Yep.
So if light hits that and it refracts out in all directions, then it would make those rays crepuscular, would it not? So I mean, that's not necessarily evidence to me. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that sound like they should be evidence. They manifest in things that you talk about scientifically, but they really don't prove anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just seems more of a localized
You
sun
relate to where I'm going with that, right? Like,
Yeah.
It's not necessarily evidence just because it points to a conclusion, right? What do they call it? Something isn't without causation or whatever. I forget how they say that, but you know what I'm saying? So it's like I hear all these things and all these arguments, and they sound like they should make sense, right? They should fit together, but they don't necessarily scientifically fit together. And so, it can be very disheartening when you're trying to find the truth when everybody's got the wrong idea and we're all arguing about who's got the right one, right? Rather than trying to figure out what it is that we're dealing with and how to deal with it.
Yeah. I watch a lot of Eric DeBay stuff on Telegram. I don't know if you've come across that guy.
Yeah, I've seen pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily follow anybody in particular, but I mean, I do watch a lot of videos and things like that to see what they're talking about.
Yeah. But yeah, I watched that, and then there was a couple of videos that were posted on another Flat Earth group, Rice Bowl or something like that.
Have you actually watched any of the videos that are against the flat Earth idea?
Yeah, but
and
kind of
actually, have you noticed that there's a little bit of a different type of attitude when it comes to evidence?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah. I do. I mean, I see every afternoon, 2 p.m. my local time in the UK. I listen to Nathan Oakley's Flat Earth debate, which I find quite interesting.
Yeah, I like a lot of shows, but I don't know. I just can't get. I don't know. There's something weird about them. A lot of them, they're. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say about
them. Yeah, I mean, I mean, what we're told just doesn't seem to add up in my mind. I mean, I don't believe we're on a spinning ball. I don't get any sense. My senses don't tell me that I'm moving.
Yeah, mine either.
I don't know. It's hard for me.
I'm not saying that it can't be possible.
Back up.
You know what I'm saying? But I just don't see any evidence to match up to it, right?
That's it. Yeah. So here we are. So, just a curious observer, just trying to grasp more knowledge and understanding on the plane we live on.
Yeah, I guess my biggest thing is like, why do people get so angry about it? You know, like I tell someone, I'll say, hey, well, what if the Earth was flat? And they go, what? I can't believe you said that.
You guys,
like, well, what's wrong with saying something like that?
Me. Good morning, guys.
You're welcome.
I'm back.
Good morning.
Yeah, I did earn my mute last night. That was my bad. I just
Go fast. No, nobody cares. Can you mute yourself and they will finish the conversation. Then it will be your turn, please.
That's all right. Feel free to go.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by some of the flat Earth maps that have been coming up, showing that there's other potential land masses outside the Antarctic Circle.
Well, try to remember that we all have an effective, wild imagination, and we all want to believe crazy ideas, right? Especially when we find out things that aren't true, and we find out that they're not really what we thought they were, and they don't match up with what we thought, right? So it makes it a little bit easier to accept a lot of other ideas. Just be careful what you fall into, because a lot of these things they're deliberate. They set this stuff out there for you to fall into, so that it makes you look bad as whatever they call a flat earther, right? I don't like the word, I don't like the term, but because I don't really believe the Earth is flat. The Earth itself is actually convex, but technically, but you know what I'm saying? So flat earther doesn't really describe what I am. You know what I'm saying? Me, honestly, I'm just looking for the truth, right? I just want to know what the truth is. If we can't find the truth, then what's the point, right? But I think we can find the truth. The only problem is we spend most of our time arguing about who knows it and who knew it first, rather than how to find out who's doing it and what we can do about it, right? Like, it just seems like we spin our wheels. I just wish we did more of like change, right? Like make a difference, like find out what's wrong, who's doing it, and put a stop to it, right?
Yeah.
Of course, those are dangerous ideas nowadays, because they consider that, something wrong with that, I guess. To me, that's just dealing with tyrants.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, the best evidence that the Earth isn't a ball is that the science will not show us the evidence for it. That should be a dead giveaway.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on, people. Let's not play games with it. Let's all think about this carefully. Okay, if the government had evidence to prove us all wrong, instead of spending all this money trying to silence us, wouldn't that be a lot cheaper to just show us the truth? You'd think so. Is there anybody listening that doesn't agree with that idea?
I totally agree. If the statement, I was across the room though, so if I heard it correctly, you said it'd be a lot easier for them to just show us the proof if it was a globe than to just shut up a bunch of people who are saying something against it. Like, if we're such idiots, we're so stupid, we're uneducated.
Yeah, it should be so much easier.
Yeah, why wouldn't they just show the proof to prove it to everyone once and for all that it is a globe? Why not? Go ahead. Please do.
Well, it's like with everything else. They don't want us to know that. They want us to think.
Yeah.
They don't want us to know. They want us to wonder and can be confused and spiral.
Well, there's no such thing as knowing that the Earth is a globe. No one could ever know this because it's not true. So the only thing they got left is our imagination to appeal
Right, but
to
you know what I
people's
mean.
imagination.
Knowing would
Yeah.
be like finding out whether it's true. You know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Knowing as in testing it, for yourself, and making sure that what they're saying is correct, and not just accepting what they told you because they happen to be louder and have a bigger voice.
Right. And more voices. Yeah, more voices doesn't make something more true. Exactly.
I'm sure we all remember being bullied in school, right? Remember where this crew of kids, it wasn't just one kid, it was always this group of kids that would go around and pick on other kids, right? And they always had a large group. So that explains why they had the boldness to go and pick on the other kids. Now, if it was just you and me, you might be thinking, well, maybe this guy will attack me. Maybe he'll punch me in the face if I call him a name. So you're going to think a little bit differently about what you say to someone when it's just you and them, right? Unless you know they're already going to back down.
Yeah, that's a fine analogy, actually. That's a very good analogy. The government.
Yes, I believe this is all about bullying. Yes, I do.
Yeah, they're the bullies. Exactly. And it's like the pissed off bully that's like, what? You don't believe in my globe? I'm going to punch you in the face then. No, just because I can't prove it.
Are you calling me a liar?
I know. Really. We're going to pigeonhole you because you don't believe in the globe. We're going to dox you. We're going to get you fired. Like, really? Is that the kind of behavior that somebody does towards something that isn't true? When, where, and how was this ever done? Where? Besides this topic?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. There's no globe.
Rainbows.
That you can see.
You play great.
Someone's thinking of me beyond the flat blue sea.
Sonny, why did you change the lyrics?
Don't quit your day job, please.
But did you guys hear that astrologists have found a way to weigh up a rainbow?
To weigh a rainbow?
Yeah, they say it's pretty light.
They can weigh it, like put it on a scale and weigh it?
Which scientist?
I think that would. I think I would just call those people retarded, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, guys, you missed the joke, man. That was the punchline.
Oh shoot, I messed it up.
I'm sorry.
So the joke is, astrologists have found a way to weigh up a rainbow. They say it's pretty light.
Nah.
Damn it! I ruined the joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty light. You'd have to be an expert though to tell, like an astrologist.
Pretty, huh? What does pretty mean?
Pretty light.
Pretty light. Don't look at the pretty lights.
Those damn adverbs.
Excuse us for not getting the joke. It's a little early in America for dad jokes.
It's all right. Oh, granddad joke. So,
hey guys, I just set up on my computer. Am I too loud or too quiet?
No, you're fine.
All right. So, Sasha.
He's back.
Yeah, hey guys. Sasha, the last time we
Oh,
talked,
geez.
You were, I think, pretty intellectually honest in recognizing that if we could verify the sun's rays are parallel, that would bring some validity to the.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I think that
You need the volume up.
You didn't understand me.
You already conceded that they're not parallel anyway, because your whole thing is, well, they're parallel until something happens in the atmosphere where they diverge and scatter, and then they're not parallel right when I need them to be, so that's out. What else you got?
I didn't realize that heretic. Did I say that right? Heretic?
Nope.
Go fast.
Please, how do you say it?
Again. I will be again.
Heretic. Thank you. So glad that you're here to deal with this guy.
I do like
I will be again.
Well, and it's been 3 days of him being like, I can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and then he waffles about isolating space-time from absolutely everything else, and doesn't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, doesn't show us his curve, doesn't show us his sagitta. He can tap dance, but he can't prove the globe.
Intellectually dishonest, says the court.
Yeah, 3 days of trying to show parallel rays, but he shows us that they're divergent, then makes excuses for them being divergent. So they're not parallel, but cool stories go fast.
Gonna mute myself until.
Go fast. I will be again intellectually honest. Yesterday you was not intellectually honest. You was double, triple, four. I don't know what speaking. And I will tell you about that sun rays. Sun rays can go. Listen to me. Parallel, spiral, diagonally, triangles, whatever you want. You know, it will not form water to curve. Do you understand?
Yeah. I agree with Sasha. That's what I would say. For your thought experiment to work here, buddy, you need to go out and measure drop over distance of the ground and prove that that is a curved surface, or else we don't care about your parallel or divergent light scenario.
Okay, I'm not here to prove the globe. I'm just here to find an explanation for the experiment I did.
Okay, well, we're here for you to prove the globe. That's your job here.
Yeah, why are you not trying to prove the globe?
All right, then I'm just gonna mute myself and.
Yeah, because we don't really care about your stories about light doing this or that. If it's doing this or that, it's not doing the things that you say it needs to do in order for you to prove your outcome anyway. But in order to verify that those shadow angles are caused by a curving surface, we need you to show us the curving surface. Do you know how to measure drop over distance? Do you know how to compare a curved surface to a straight edge?
Like I said, I want an explanation for my results, and I'm just gonna mute myself if you guys don't want.
What results? You found parallel sun rays? Because every time a glober tries to post a picture of parallel sun rays, they're not parallel. Do you want to give us another picture like that we can use for flat Earth proof? That'd be great. Thanks.
I just recommend you do the same experiment that I did, where
it's not an experiment.
It's morning right now in America, so I could do the same thing I did last morning today, where just take two cities that are on the same latitude but very different longitudes. I think I'm using the correct coordinates. Just one that's very, very north and one that's very, very south, but on the same latitude. And
it still wouldn't be causing the Earth to curve.
I understand that. I just need I want my results to be explained. So just take live webcams, just Google live webcams from these cities, and then find a shadow that's very clear and very sharp. Obviously, if it's a cloudy day, it won't help you. And just take them screenshots at the same time.
Hey, why are you so scared to prove that the globe is actually a thing?
He can't. He can just.
You don't think that it's intellectually honest to prove the thing that you believe in is actually real?
Do you want me to actually answer that? Because if I'm being entirely and perfectly honest with you guys,
I'm sorry, guys, to interrupt.
Honestly, right? And I think the reason for that is because I think your standard of evidence is unfounded. I mean,
you want us to lower the bar for you. I get it. Yes, because you're trying to prove a sci-fi story here, right? So you want the bar lowered. You want you want your substandard evidence to pass here. We see what you're doing.
I want to hear what Pac-Man wanted to say.
It's just the standard. We don't have insane standards or anything. You just go out and get the measurement of this curve you're talking about. Done. That's it. It's just the standard. You want the bar lowered because you're trying to prove a fiction. So I get it.
How do you have two really north and south cities
I used Cape Town
when you're using longitude, and longitude is the lateral measurement from left to right?
I didn't know that I was using the right terms, but I used Oslo.
You should see, and this is okay. And I'm going to call you on your shit right now, and I'm going to be honest with you. From yesterday, when you said that north was a concept, you as a person who was attempting to engage in debate, lost me. Because you were taking, you admitted multiple times last night that you were perverting definitions to fit your justification of the shape that you're attempting to observe, which as somebody who's attempting to, again, engage in debate, if you're going to be intellectually dishonest to that degree where you're going to pervert the dictionary, that's uncouth.
All right, so I will not be called a liar or intellectually dishonest. I'm on my computer right now, so I can take notes on what you guys say. So I want.
If you're going to present latitude, maybe people will start calling you. I'd like you to know what latitude and longitude is before you actually provide it.
What does it matter? I mean, we already know that the sun's light isn't parallel. It doesn't reach the Earth parallel. We've got thousands of pictures of it not being parallel. So why don't you just measure that curve? If you think that a curve is causing what you're looking at when you're talking about these various shadow angles, then find the curve, show us that curve, then we'll know, oh, well, it must be that curve. But you can't show the curve, so...
I'm going to go one point at a time because there's a lot of different things being brought up. So I got a little notepad out here so I can keep track of conversation and not answer something that's off topic, because that seems to be a problem that we have.
Go fast. Why don't
What
you
you want to do is go off topic. Because you can't stick to the topic by just showing us the Earth curve that
That's
we're
what
looking for.
I'm trying to do. I'm going to write down a topic, and I'm going to just mute myself when something else tries
Yeah, see the server title? That's the topic. Just write that down. Take that down real quick.
For example, if we can go to the NASA, me and you, theoretic, you and me, for example, and we can see the launch of the satellites, what that will prove for us, even if we see that with our eyes.
Well, if it depends how long you watch them for, in my opinion.
Yeah. Again, my question will be the same like with the sun rays. Okay, I watched that. It's going up, and a moment I don't see, but I saw everything. It's going up. Let's say, how you say, taking. My English is bad. Let's say we see all that thing. Satellite is going up, and it's going up straight. In one moment you don't see anymore because you cannot see.
It turns.
Yeah. But let's say that it's going really straight, and it's going straight up, and then disappear. And we saw that with our eyes because we were there, like let's say 1 mile, and we watched that with the binoculars or whatever. And again, my question will be how that will form the curvature in reality.
That's a good question. So I've watched 2 rocket launches, and they don't go straight up unless you're doing like a suborbital hop like Bezos, which doesn't actually go to orbit, and I don't care about Bezos. But if you watch the rocket, they go up and then they turn and it's called a gravity turn to go, across the horizon.
It's a cool euphemism.
Yep.
There you go.
Really nice. Yeah. Great explain away. So they go up down and you call it a gravity turn. Okay.
I didn't explain away anything. I just told you what rockets
Well, you did, because what you're trying to get to is that these rockets go to a second law of thermodynamics violation that you can't verify, that you can't show us, right? And you want to tell us that that's where they go. So essentially your story is, well, they do go to Narnia, guys. And the parabolic trajectory, it's just, they're doing that for good reason so that they can get to this Narnia.
Well, ask me a question.
Ask you a question.
Okay, do rockets do these rockets go to outer space?
How would we verify that? You would watch
exactly.
Them, right?
Exactly.
You watch as they go over the horizon, right? You would have someone else that's over the horizon that has a visual on this rocket continue to watch it as it goes across the sky, right?
Right.
Okay. So at no point in a rocket launch do people on the ground lose visual contact with the spacecraft. At no point.
Good.
So
that isn't true either, though.
Wall.
That isn't true. There's like 80,000 cuts in every single rocket launch.
You're talking about live streams. I'm talking about private rocket trackers. It's a whole community. People track spacecraft.
Yeah, they go to high altitude. Like Blue Origin, they go to like 240,000 feet. That's not what we're talking about. Who cares?
I'm talking about normal people that track rocket launches for fun and take pictures of them and follow them as they go across the sky.
Yeah, we do that. We take pictures of them and we see that the trajectories are parabolic. And you're calling it a gravity turn. It's a euphemism that you're using to try to explain away the parabolic trajectory that they take. Why? Because obviously they can't get to a thermodynamics violation in the sky.
So
hold on a second, go fast. My next follow-up question to what was just outlined is, if you look at the stream chat, I've just posted a picture of what happens after your rocket somehow manages to hit something. And how do you explain these quote-unquote skid marks that you see going across your sky? And this happens all the time. Don't say you love this. No, don't say you love this, because it's straight up calling your stuff that you just posted bullcrap, because you only showed half the story. right? This is coming from somebody's cell phone, not your man-made creation crap. This is our men who stomp the pavement with their stuff in their pockets that can show this as evidence.
I know,
Right?
as
So I'm calling you down on the fact that you're only observing what you want to see, which is this crap about rockets having to observe a curve to catch up with gravity so they can slingshot to space. Sorry, had to say that. I don't appreciate your pictures, dude.
First of all, I'm never talking about sources from the people who launched the rockets when I mention anything I'm talking about. I'm talking about individual observers like you and me, like you said, boots on the ground, that are doing their own observations. I love these pictures. I have things like this on my phone. Did you have a question about these?
Can we go back to your claim that nobody loses visual? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I wanted to get back to that because that's a much more important point. I can
So,
explain what these are, but
so people on the ground have visual confirmation of rocket launches from launch to like docking or something like that, right?
well, it obviously depends on the mission, right? But for all low Earth orbit missions, at no point do people on the ground, like individuals like you and me, not NASA, lose visual contact with the spacecraft. Yeah.
Okay, so at what point do you, from your perspective, lose visual confirmation? And at what point is somebody acquiring visual confirmation that's on the other side of the world? And do you have documentation of this?
Well, not on the other side of the world, just out of your field of view on the horizon, right? So somebody who's further along this trajectory of a spacecraft can see it at a point where you cannot. And then you can do that all around the world. And there's communities that track rockets for fun with telescopes and cameras and radar equipment. They'll track rockets and track their trajectory. And these are people
So
that are
over the Atlantic Ocean, there's no loss of visual confirmation, meaning people on the surface of the Earth having a visual of the rocket. Is that your claim?
That's actually a good point. I'm sure there's points. Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's points, I'm sure, in patches of the Pacific Ocean and patches of the Atlantic Ocean where, like, briefly, you wouldn't be able to take a picture of the spacecraft because I'm sure no one's out there on a boat. But I do believe that if someone was out there on a boat, like, that would resolve that issue. That seems like an anecdote to me. Because as soon as it as soon as it gets to like Europe and stuff where people can actually see it again, it gets there at the time that they would expect it to, comes up over the horizon, and it can be tracked again.
Okay, I have yet to see these people who are just casual observers picking up rocket launches in Europe.
Yeah, I'll post some pictures because a lot of people don't seem to know you can do this. So first one is going to be just stage separation of a Falcon 9. You guys have probably seen this, and then I'll post a docking from Earth.
You're funny, dude.
Here you go.
You're not really seriously going to use that as evidence, are you?
So this is stage separation, the first one. And the second one is the Dragon spacecraft actually docking with ISS, taken from the surface of the Earth by an amateur.
Right, but what we need to see is
every step
is there
join one of the communities.
Yeah.
So there are communities that track rockets, right? I'll send you one. And you can join these communities and like at no point do people on the ground for low Earth orbit missions. Obviously, if you go far away, you won't be able to see it anymore.
How fast? What is the speed of ISS?
It's like 8 kilometers a second, I believe.
It's like 17,000 miles per hour, they're saying.
I think it's 8 kilometers a second, but whatever that.
Yeah,
it's about 5 miles a second, 4.7 miles a second.
17,000 miles per hour. 17, And what is orbital speed of the Earth?
Let's see. In
66,000. I will tell you. Yeah. 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
In 1 hour, where is the ISS and where is the Earth?
Well, the ISS's orbital speed is included with the Earth's orbital velocity around the sun. It's relativity, right? So, like, they're not connected to each other.
They are not connected.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that the ISS is also. You could add the orbital velocity of the Earth to the ISS and say that it's also orbiting it. What'd you say the Earth was orbiting the sun at? Hypothetically, But yeah, I mean, you can say that ISS is also moving around the sun.
My question is how ISS reaching the Earth?
So the ISS doesn't care or know about the sun's existence, right? The ISS is orbiting the Earth is orbiting the sun. The ISS, by extension, is also orbiting the sun.
The Earth being a spinning
I'm
ball with a radius of 3959. Okay, now show us that.
But I'm telling you that Earth is going 66,000 miles per hour in, let's say, aside in that circular orbital way, and whatever ISS is doing, how it's catching that speed.
It's a good question. So I'm going to bring up Universe Sandbox to simulate this for you.
Simulate. Yeah, it can't show us anything in real life. He's got to show us.
I mean, I can show you literal.
We were looking for also a video of a rocket going to space without scene cuts. He also failed on that. So why don't you just go back to the crux of it and just show us this Earth curve bulge that you think that exists? Because you need that to verify or validate any of this other stuff that you're talking about.
Again, I won't be told I don't have something.
Okay, well you don't. You don't care what
He's
you
also not looking into the stars. He's not also looking into how the stars work. So continue.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really care what you will or won't be told. If you're butthurt about it, you can just leave. But you're going to need a radius measurement for any of this shit to work. You definitely aren't going to have a 67,000 mile per hour orbit around the sun if you don't have a 3959 mile radius to show us.
So
You don't have
what
any in the story.
Answer questions as they come at me. I feel like I'm too loud. I'm going to turn myself down a little bit.
Okay, but, well, I mean, it's great. It's nice storytelling, but we're trying to find this ball in reality.
So I'm going to answer Sasha's question. You guys can.
And I was just, I was just letting it be noted here that you didn't show a video of a rocket going without scene cuts to space. So
I have my notebook so I can put down like different stuff.
well, I mean, you don't need a notepad. It's just what was asked. So just listen. Yeah, you say you're here to answer questions. Just listen to what the questions are and try to just provide a relevant answer.
Yeah, it's just I'm asked multiple things, so I want to make sure I get to everyone.
Go fast. You're coming across very faint on the mic.
I think he turned it down.
Is this good? I overheard myself.
Yeah, we can barely hear you.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, imagine it was the other way around. We were saying that the Earth is flat, but all the measurements were showing that the horizon is in its geometric position. The Earth seems to drop 3 inches per mile squared. But then we come out and we start showing people videos of rockets and stuff. You know, like, I mean,
like I said,
the reason to do that would be to obfuscate if we can't just show a measurement of the flat Earth, right? But that's what Globers do.
I'm going to deafen myself and get to tracking spacecraft at every point during their journey, and then the ISS orbiting the Earth related to the sun, and then I'll get.
And then somehow,
Yeah, hey,
59 mile radius. He just deafened.
He already deafened.
Is he
I was
gone?
just gonna say-
Bro, this guy is the definition of child.
Well,
he just runs off, does his thing, comes back and says, "Look what I like." It's okay.
Look what I googled. Look what I
I've been
googled.
told exactly.
So yeah, his claim is that these rocket launches are at no point is there visual confirmation of it lost, meaning people are picking up the spacecraft. That's why I said halfway around the Earth. So I would need to see from him somebody in Europe picking up the spacecraft as it comes up on their horizon, meaning it looks like it's a sunrise, right? So they would need to get visual confirmation of this spacecraft as it comes up over their horizon.
Right.
Because that should be the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we're launching a rocket and within a few minutes it is allegedly over Spain should do it as like similar to a sunrise. They should get visual confirmation of it.
I gotta give a massive shout out to the Levelist in the chat. He just posted up, I think his name's Stuart from SNL. Look what I can do. You guys remember that? That is go fast. I'm telling you, because guys, has anyone asked him about Operation Dominic and Operation Fishbowl yet? Has he?
No.
Yeah,
Um,
he mentioned yesterday.
he'll probably enjoy that conversation because anything to deflect from the lack of Earth curve.
Well, okay, but I mean, they attack. What's his explanation for them attacking the ceiling, or were they just exercising their explosive materials in the sky?
Well, he'll tell a story, right? He'll tell whatever stories he possibly can to obfuscate from the fact that there's no Earth curve that he can show us.
Yeah, well, he has already made this claim about visual confirmation of all of the launches from multiple vantage points on the Earth, right? So we have plenty of videos of people on the beach in Florida watching the launches take place, right? So you see the launch, you have somebody on the beach, you have this wide field of view. They're able to pick up the launch as it comes over. I'm on the west coast of Florida, and lots of times we can visually see the launches even from the west coast, right? So once it gets to be a certain height, we can get visual confirmation of these launches. So for me on the west coast, picking up the launch on the east coast, there should be some sort of visual confirmation of this taking place in Africa or Europe or somewhere.
Absolutely.
As these crafts are allegedly going all the way across the ocean and around the Earth, reaching their orbital velocity to be able to break through into space, allegedly. So there should be many videos of this wide angle view. Now we're on the beach in Spain, and here we see on the horizon this spacecraft coming up into our field of view. I have yet to see those. Maybe they're out there. I don't know.
He put himself on deafen to go find it, he says, so.
Bro, he runs away. Literally runs away.
Well, he's the two things he did provide.
Yeah, he
He's the
leaves every
go-fast
time he's
rocket.
asked.
He goes fast.
Every time he's asked to provide something, he leaves. So that way he gets away with it. But
Right.
he still hasn't provided the proof he said he was going to yesterday and the day before.
Has anyone
So
shown him the go-fast rocket yet?
It's a stalling tactic.
I'm going to keep muting him until he provides the fucking information. I'm sick of that.
Nice. Sonny, you know what? And here's the thing. I was calling last night. I was like, yo, can we get an active mute on this guy? Because he's like, he'll roll you over, trample on your stuff, right? If you don't keep plowing through when you're talking, he will not onboard what you're saying.
When he looks like that and he starts steamrolling the conversation, you got to start muting him and just holding him to a specific point. Like, show us your Sagittarius, show us your geometric horizon. Okay, you're off another tangent. Gonna have to mute you right there and bring you back to the point here. Now let's see the geometric horizon, etc. That's what you're gonna have to do. It's getting like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when he comes back, if he doesn't have this proof he said he was going to get yesterday about to prove the curvature of Earth, a direct measurement of Earth, he needs to provide that. Otherwise, I'm going to continue muting him. And then if he continues to do it, I'm just going to start giving him 7 days off.
I think that's a great idea because he's been in here 3 days and it's been 6 hours of time wasting, quite honestly and bluntly. And that actually detracts from the essence of the show. Remember, when we entertain these these village idiots that show up, like I'm the village idiot claimed, but when these actual village idiots show up and they're not learning, they're being intellectually dishonest, this does absolutely nothing for our audience, which is our target goal. Right? This is a learning show, not like if I want to play around in the stupid sandbox, I'll go to Gem Panda's server, honestly.
Bingo.
I get my full on toxicity, but if I want truth and real talk, I'm gonna come talk to the Warriors of Light, which is us, straight up and down. Be egotistical about it, I don't give a shit.
He's going to put him. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, dude. Talk it. I'm done.
I was going to say, what's going to happen is I just can predict this pretty accurately. I'm sure others will correlate this with me. He's going to end up in this endless loop of just coming in, not providing the proof he already said he was going to.
Right.
And then he's going to end up in an endless loop of being banned because I'll be one of those people that does that because, like you said, he's not helping the conversation. He's
So-
detracting from the conversation.
And
by
here's
doing
here's
what-
the problem. Okay, I asked him a
Going.
very. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go
What was
ahead.
that?
Go ahead.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. So I asked him one simple question. I said, based on a 60-kilometer distance and your globe math, what is your expected depression? It's a simple question. Because if you're telling me that there's a curve that exists, we should be able to at least, you could give me some kind of distance to say, hey, it's going to be down X amount, right?
Here's the thing. Their expected depression is literally anything we see. Their geometry, they just change it, right? They can just inflate and deflate the globe whenever they need to get it to match whatever we see, right?
Okay, well, right now I just did a basic number pull myself, and I'm getting it should be based on a 60-kilometer distance, I should be getting a depression of 283 meters. So that's approximately 600 feet.
You should, but
But he couldn't even give me that. That's my problem. He monopolized the conversation for 3 hours yesterday, right? And I asked him that one simple question, and he couldn't answer it. So that to me says you as a witness, literally, because you're witnessing this curve. You as a witness have been discredited off the because you can't even show the curve in a calculation.
He's going to say
that should be basic.
anything we see anything we see fits the globe geometry. He's just going to say that the way that light is distorted in the atmo changes the image of the ball so that no matter what we're looking at, it fits with the geometry of his claim, right?
Right. And the last thing I recall is we were talking about Mount Canahu. He was going to go get how Mount Canahu, how the 255 miles fits into the globe.
He did.
That's the information he needs to provide now.
He came back yesterday.
I remember.
His whole curve argument yesterday was Canagu and a church that was in it, which wasn't being obstructed by the 116-mile horizon that should be there if there's any curve. Somehow he thought that this picture proved a curve. There's a mountain in it that should be buried by a mile of earth curve. Somehow, there's a curve in that picture, even though you don't see the Sagitta at 116 miles where it would be if there was a curve in that picture.
Exactly. Even though the church and all of that. And by the way, that wasn't a picture. That's actually a drawing and a painting. It's like it's a painting.
Which is?
The thing he showed from Google Earth where it shows the church and that's a painting.
So I'm gonna, I just had a thought. If we're going to entertain these witnesses, let's get real about some shit. Be a little. I'm gonna start preaching a little bit. You guys, give me a minute. Give me some space. If we're gonna start entertaining these witnesses and be serious about this show and trying to teach people the stuff, in the VC check-in when these Globers come in, I would like one of the first questions to be that we ask them. What is your actual observed depression? What are you basing that on? Can you show that? Because we would like you, the first thing you're going to do when you go into that room is to show that you're a credible witness, is to demonstrate live how you show a depression, because there should be one observed. That should be the basic essence of a witness that's going to describe their globe.
Yeah,
essence.
of course. But they don't have that, so all they're going to be able to do is just nut us every time we show them that depression.
Then they can't talk. Then they can't talk. Let them go on to Google. Let them find it. Go on the Googles. Let them find it, and then they can come back.
Because they don't
present it, and then they can come into the show. Because you got to present something to get in the front door, man. This is getting ridiculous.
They don't have any of their own proof or any of their own arguments or observations. What they do is they take the observations that we give them, debunking their geometry, and then they try to find some loophole through it to tie it back.
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
That's all they have. All they have are the things that we brought them that debunk the globe, and that's all they talk about. He came in yesterday and talked for 4 hours about Canagu, a picture that absolutely blows his globe away. Why would he even be showing you that if there was a globe?
Exactly, because he's showing us objects and buildings on Canahu. He's focusing on things that are way, way, way far beyond where the Sagitta is supposed to be. So, like, that's dishonest. I don't care what he says. He can say he's being honest as much as he wants while he's being fucking dishonest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start muting his ass.
What good is it? What good is it for a dishonest liar to tell you how honest he is?
Right.
So, I mean, yeah. A liar will tell you all day how honest he is. He's a liar.
Yep. Wants to continue to lie, and that's fine. We have ways of dealing with that.
Well, yeah, I think that we just have to start holding him to points. Just hold him to the crux of it, right? Like, where's the curve? Every time he tries to divert and go on some tangent, mute him. Okay, no, here's what you need to show us. Try again.
We got new folks in here? Where are the new folks at? I'm looking down. BV's good. Crypto's good. Cuddy, Dave,
Got
Effie.
Helgi.
Helgi, yeah. Helgi, I see you. Yeah, VC verified. What's going on, Helgi? Anything to say? You're on the mic. Flat Earth.
Also, there's Seiya.
What's Seiya? Seiya?
Seiya is
what do you say,
Seiya?
Seiya.
Seiya?
Oh, hello.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
No, I'm not new. I just lost my badges.
Oh,
how'd you lose your badges, guy?
No, I just had one badge, but not anymore. But I'm not new. I'm flat earther.
He lost a debate, and he lost his roles. We took him away.
We don't need no stinking badges.
He's in the lobby all the time. He's pretty familiar around here.
My bad.
Yeah, I ask a lot of questions because I'm kind of new to this topic, so that's why.
What do you think of Mr. GoFast's presentation here? Did it include Earth Curve?
I just came in kind of late, but these videos that he sent in, that I don't think that's actually proof because it actually looks so fake, but yeah, I think he got debunked pretty easy by you guys. But why is he talking about this stuff?
I know. Why would he be showing us?
I mean, he wants to prove that the Earth is curved, but he sends in some rocket videos.
Exactly. Imagine getting that far off the
He's
point.
a beginner.
If you had a point, imagine getting that far off of it. Imagine us doing that. Like, instead of just showing people the flat horizon, we go, hey, look at this rocket, you know? Well, the reason we don't is because we have a flat horizon to show you, so we don't have to divert to all this red herring stupidity, right?
That's the same thing that Professor Dave said. I can prove that the Earth is a globe just by pointing at the sky, but why is he using the sky? Can you? Why is he using the sky to prove the ground? Stay at the ground. Show me the curve, not the stars and stuff. They are just lights in the sky. We don't know what they are. It doesn't make any sense to use them.
Well, you can use the stars because something like the.
But they already got debunked. I think.
What I'm saying is, what I mean is, okay, I live in Michigan, and I can see the Big Dipper.
Chicago.
Or
can you see Chicago? Where can you see Chicago?
No. What I'm saying is, I'm using the stars. Okay. I can see it's the Big Dipper all year round, and I shouldn't be because I'm looking at a different part of the universe 6 months later on the other side. That's another one we need to always let them know. Explain the stars and how they work and stuff like that, because that's a big one.
Yeah, but I think it's enough just to ask them, show me the curve, because they can't show the curve. They just sent you some NASA fake images. I mean, everybody knows Robert Simon. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. And I think that's enough proof that if you show them this picture, then I think they got automatically debunked. And NASA even says that their pictures are like, how do they call it? Composite. Yes, exactly. And why don't they just show you the curve or demonstrate how gas pressure in a vacuum without solid container? I never saw gas pressure without a container. But when you ask them to demonstrate that, they say, yeah, it's too big to demonstrate. That's not science, so that's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Just like Eric Dubay said. they can't demonstrate anything because it's too big. Then I could say too, unicorns exist, but they're beyond our ability to see. I can't demonstrate, but they exist. That's the same thing when they say, yeah, the Earth. I can't demonstrate how water curves. I need like a giant Earth. I need a second Earth to demonstrate that. That's completely stupid to say, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, like the way they go with gravity, too. Same thing.
They don't even know what that is, man. They just say...
yeah.
But look, they just watched 2 Professor Dave videos, and they think that he destroyed the whole flat Earth. But they didn't even look up if this already got debunked,
Right.
If I see a argument that debunks the flat Earth, the first thing I do, I come in this lobby and I ask someone that this got debunked, and someone sends me a video, and I did this like so many times, and I always got a response. For example, with this laser gyroscope or this experiment, this stupid Netflix documentation with the worst experiments to ever exist.
Oh, exactly.
I mean, they don't know how light work, specifically when it comes to hole diffraction. The light wouldn't even pass the second hole. So it's just the flat Earth Society.
That was a joke.
It's controlled by the government. To be honest,
Mhm.
they just want to make us look bad. The Flat Earth Society. They say that Earth is a disk in space, and gravity works because we are falling down.
Right. That's where they send them.
I mean, and it's. I think I always knew that they are fake, because I think you saw that when they said flat earthers are all around the globe.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they said this, and I know it was fake. But when I saw that it's actually like, I came in the server, there's like this channel where you can find these things. Yeah, well, that was pretty interesting for me when I first came in the server. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that if you want to prove the globe, then show me curvature, not use the stars or any other kind of trash like that.
I get you. You want to use okay, I get you there. I sometimes like to use the stars because I can prove a certain thing. But you're right about the curvature. Hit that first. You're right.
It's pretty sad because everybody has like, how can I say this, a bad picture about flat Earth. Like when they hear flat Earth, the first thing they do is think of a dumbass. But none of these guys would even win a debate against someone in the server. I mean, I get so often in my DMs, I get asked so dumb question. For example, like sunrise, and I ask, can you please demonstrate how you create umbra and penumbra with parallel sun rays? And they say, yeah, it's too big to demonstrate. But that's wishful thinking. That's not science. That's the theories. We can literally demonstrate penumbra and umbra with local sunlight. They will, like, when you have local sunlight, they will cast a umbra and penumbra. But when you have sunlight which is very far away, they will just cause a big shadow. We can demonstrate that pretty easy, but they can't because it's too big to demonstrate. That's not science. That's
Hey, you guys have a good day. Thank you for having me up. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. See you later.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, it's. I'm not that long a flat earther, but I'm every day in this server and trying to get more knowledge because I have secrets.
Buddy here came back, empty-handed, of course. Again, he left to go get some evidence for us, and then he came back with something else, and basically just an excuse for why he didn't have his evidence that he went looking for.
Real quick, so what I want to say before Gorgas says anything, Gorgas, slow your roll. I just put in some evidence that was submitted by yourself last night. Just if people want to look at some of the stuff that you've submitted from last night as your claims and so on and so forth. One thing I'd like to draw the audience to, if you want to look at it, is you actually submitted a model, very representative of the flat Earth with a dome on top of it. So there's a lot of things that you're dipping your toes into, and I'm not sure what side of the fence you're sitting on anymore, because you presented one of the models that closely respects.
Yeah, if this is Heretic talking, the first one I actually took of the God rays, I like that picture. But what do you mean? I presented a. I'd like to use both models if we're having a conversation like this. But
we don't have a
picture
model.
do
So I
you
don't know what
see
you
that,
We're just talking about measurements here. We're not talking about a model that we claimed. So I don't know what you mean by both.
So again, I want to get to one thing at a time.
Well, are you arguing with something that nobody here said? Is that what you're in this server doing?
No, that's why I wait for people to ask me questions, because I don't want to assume anyone's beliefs. But Heretic, you said a rocket going into space without cuts in it. So what do you mean
wasn't
by
that what you were going to go get us? I thought you
space
said that you had that video, an uncut video of a rocket going to space. Yeah, you came back with another guy telling the same story that you told while you're in here.
No, I want to know what you mean by that so I can answer it effectively.
What do you not know what the word uncut means?
No, I'm fine with uncut. I want to know what you mean by space.
Oh, going to space. Yeah, well, let's have one going to the fairy tale thermodynamics violation called outer space, sure.
No, I mean, is that an altitude? Like, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, you can give us one that goes to, let's see. Yeah, how about outer space, where the pressure is supposed to be 10 to the negative 17 torr? Because then we can maybe get a direct pressure measurement as well from that environment to validate this idea that you can have that extremely low pressure system adjacent to this high pressure system that we have here.
What was the atmospheric pressure that you were considering space?
It's your claim. I'm not going to say it again, because this is stuff that you should know coming in here, because this is the stuff that you came here to defend. So I gave you one freebie, you missed it. Maybe just go learn your religion and then come back.
Basics.
That's kind of dishonest. I just asked you what you mean by space.
Well, it's what you're here to defend. And if you were an honest actor, you wouldn't be having to ask me that while you're here trying to defend it.
Why would I assume what you believe? If I want
What I believe. This is just a story. This is just the globe story that you came here to defend. It's not what I believe. What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm happy with you assuming what I believe, because that's probably pretty accurate.
Bro,
I don't know what
I'm
you're
gonna mute your ass. You're so dishonest, man. I
So,
swear to God.
and go fast. Last night I asked you for that 60-kilometer distance observed depression. I'm posting something that you can add to your library that will help you in future debates, which will give you the Earth curve calculator. Oh no, I just want to give him that because he needs that if he's going to go forth with it.
Everything
So
out of his mouth
no, you can
is
still hear me.
dishonest.
And when he asks for an altitude too, just choose any altitude that you think confirms your outer space Narnia story. I don't care. This is your claim. So you bring the evidence to us. You tell us what the altitudes are, and you tell us how it demonstrates your claim.
Stop
Because I don't have a claim of an adjacent outer space vacuum. So that's yours. You bring it to us.
Stop asking us to verify your claims. Stop it.
All right, is it okay if I use the Karman line? And
Karman line's not outer space.
I know.
60 miles
I
out. Well, that's not going to confirm anything. That's just
why I asked you.
altitude.
How are you going to verify it?
That's why I asked you what altitude you're looking for. To
Well, why don't you tell me?
Do you
Why
know
you
what
asking
altitude outer
us?
space? Yeah.
Why are you asking us how to prove your claim?
That's not what I'm asking. I asked you the Karman line.
You think I want a video from the guy? Look, do you
You
not
said,
understand?
is the Karman line okay? You asked us.
Yeah, do you not understand the context here? We're looking for proof of the adjacent low-pressure system that you say exists next to the Earth, known as outer space. So when you talk about the Karman line, that's just high altitude. That's not outer space. So obviously, that's not what we're looking for. Like, do you do this on purpose, or are you actually just this stupid? Which one is it?
So I'm gonna go with. I'm getting the feeling that he's trolling us for information to build his little case.
Well, he should already have the case in hand when he comes in here.
No, but you know, people that walk in with those binders full of papers, and then they sit there and they talk to you while they go through all of it, and they throw stuff to the left and right as they try to get organized.
He's whining.
selfish way to do it.
He's whining in the chat now. He's going to wait
I don't
until
wanna overtalk
we ask him some questions. So, what happened to your Sagitta? Where's that at? We want to
I'm
see it.
responding to your. I'm replying to the message you sent.
Okay, well, I'll just ask you a
know what
question. I just asked you a question. You said you wanted to answer questions. So, where's the Sagitta? We need the Earth curve bulge. Where is it? Oh, so as soon as he's asked a question, he goes on deafen right after saying that he's here to just answer questions.
Yeah, so screw him. You know what? He needs a break. What did you say?
Hey, it's been 3 days of 2 hours. We want a fourth day of another 2-hour performance
I'm
because
gonna
we're
help
already
him
like an
out.
hour in.
He wants to be deaf muted, so I'm going to help him out here. There you go. Now you're deaf muted.
He's an honest actor.
That's the way you like it. So just answer your own fucking questions then. Go fast. We're tired of your dishonesty.
Well, now he's in the chat again asking me what I consider space. Again, he doesn't get that this is his
Okay.
game.
Well, chat skank is against the terms of service. You want to continue Go Fast, or do I need to ban you?
Think when you don't
You can answer
learn...
one time. Yeah, answer one time. You continue to chat skank, you're going to get banned. Period.
When you don't observe the rules of the hall,
we'll go on to people who are genuinely honest and curious. Apparently, that's not you. So stop wasting time.
Drop the hammer, man.
I thought he made a very interesting statement earlier. He said he's not here to prove the globe. So if you can't apply the same level of scrutiny to both sides, then what the fuck is the point?
Exactly.
Real talk.
He's here to tap dance around proving the globe, because proving the globe isn't something that can actually be done. It would have to exist. So he wants to just tap dance around and around it until everybody gets confused enough that maybe they forget what we were talking about to begin with, and then he thinks he, quote unquote, won or whatever.
And then the new people that come in while he's doing that, they end up leaving because it's so fucking boring hearing this village idiot all the time.
That's exactly it. Again, people who are learning, right? I'll play ball with you as long as you're willing to throw the ball back. All day we'll play catch, right? But if you're gonna let the ball hit you continuously in the head and have to bend down and pick it up every time, it's a little bit hard, man. It's hard to practice your kung fu when the punching bag isn't hung right. Thank you for that visual levelist. That was very well played indeed. Oh, the joke is, Sonny. I gave him the formula. I hope he added it and bookmarked it so he can at least answer the question. Go fast.
Yeah, he's like he's gathering information from flat earthers.
Exactly. It literally seems like he's gathering information, right? And he's going to run back to some other resource or some other source and present it. Like last night, he literally said something to the effect of, "That was so satisfying." And I thought to myself, wait a minute here. We're just here for you to snack on? Mm-mm. Man, I like it. Man, I like it one bit.
I suggest we see through somebody now here and quit talking about him.
Thank you for being the voice of reason. Appreciate you, Dave.
Just either blurs out whatever his motivations are, he cannot prove his right over distance. So he likes to talk a good game, but whatever. Is there anybody new here? This has been Dead Air Dave, striking again. Y'all continue.
Johannes, how are you, my friend? Timbo.
All right, if there's nobody new, you're allowed to talk about him. There's nothing else to talk about.
We can talk about gossip. Yes. Locker room talk. Yeah.
Well, he's
Well,
just
actually, I don't
another
know.
example.
Would you talk about a
He's
guy
just
in the
another
locker room? It's
example.
weird.
He's just another example of somebody so sure it's a globe, it must be a globe. So if I just talk to these guys and make them see this shit in the sky or whatever, they'll understand it's a globe. Because it's got to be a globe, right? Come on, man.
So go fast. I'm gonna draw something in the sand for you so you understand. We don't like the word liar. Liar is ugly. We prefer the term intellectually dishonest because that way people understand that we are appealing to your intellect, i.e., your brain, and your brain is processing what we're telling you, and it's telling you dishonesty. So we just go with the term intellectually dishonest. So we don't just call people a liar.
Plate?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
What?
got this one, please.
Great.
DC.
Malik, you're hot, Mike, and Malik.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, man. No stress. These things happen. Just letting you know.
Yeah. Like NASA. How many times do you believe a
gangster
proven liar?
That was
Like someone
awesome.
that's proven to be a liar. How many times do you keep on listening to them?
Exactly. North is a concept. I will never forget that for all the years of my life. Honestly, it's probably one of the top 10 things I would go with because the issue that I have with that, taking aim at specifically that is, I can walk into a store and observe an entire, like, I don't even know how many of them there would be, but there would be a lot of these things called compasses. And all of these compasses have one thing in common, the label of direction of north, and they are attracted to this thing of north. So if you're going to sit there and tell me that there's a tool that surveyors use to create drawings and tell people where they are in the world and all these different things, and then you're literally going to tell me that it's a concept, that's a tough swallow. Really tough swallow.
Can I just point out that the overwhelming amount of time that he's been here for 3 days, he's been attempting to prove that sunlight's rays are parallel. That's the crux of his entire argument for 3 days now.
But did you know that he was doing that with pictures of sunlight that is not parallel?
And let's just address the fact that the sun doesn't project rays of light anywhere. And you can disprove that by standing in the shadow of a building.
Ignore curvature. Ignore axial rotation. Ignore second law of thermodynamics. Let's focus on a hypothetical test for sun's parallel rays.
Yeah. A perfect deflection of the actual subject.
And we can also rationalize away, I think. You can subtract away the idea of south being a point. Strictly by observing north, you can 100% extract that south is not a point, i.e. a pole. I will challenge anybody on that 100%.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't so easy to spot pretender clowns,
Circumnavigation, right? You circumnavigate the point of north and you observe south behind you. It's so simple, it's idiotic.
You notice that it's always the liars that have to chant over and over again about how honest they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Who else has to do that? Who else has to remind you every 10 seconds? I'm perfectly honest, guys. Obviously, has a bit of a complex about
NASA
that.
does it.
The crazy part is that he wants to attempt to prove parallel sun rays to then tie that back to Eratosthenes.
Even though he's doing that with pictures of sun rays that are not parallel. So it's the same thing as this geometric horizon. Refraction ate the horizon. Now it's, the parallel rays were scattered and diffused in the atmosphere. They ate my parallel rays.
Yeah, but see, at this rate, that could take 2 weeks for him to get back to Eratosthenes. How much time do you want to waste here with this guy? 2 weeks, and all of a sudden he's back to Eratosthenes, like step 1.
You know what's unfortunate? I do. It's unfortunate that I do this, but I think it's also unfortunate that they render this. I hand wave their man's creation. Anything that carries a name to it, like blah 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 concept, blah blah blah, whatever, hand wave it. Like, nope, sorry, I don't know that dude. Can't shake his hand. He doesn't exist in my world. Sorry.
I mean, how does somebody learn sophistry to that level? As far as like, you're asked a question, you answer with another question, then you go on to this endless array of topics. Unbelievable. That's dishonest.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to do that if there was just a globe you could show anybody.
Right? It would be ubiquitous. That information would be everywhere, and everyone would know how to find it themselves out in reality. It would be really easy.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to go and divert to literally anything but the one thing you're trying to prove.
Exactly. You could go, go to the beach. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I told him about Eratosthenes his first day in here, that it can be demonstrated on both models, and it doesn't prove either model. So what do you still continue pushing on for?
Did you see the pictures of the crepuscular rays that he posted, though?
Just a waste time.
Like, yeah, this really helps you, buddy. So, I mean, he's saying that, like, yeah, the sunlight was parallel until the atmosphere ate my parallel rays. Okay, well, it wasn't parallel where you needed it to be, which was on the surface of the Earth, so... Thanks for that flat Earth proof, I guess.
Yep, that's why I always like to thank them for the flat Earth support. It's people like him that give us all the support, but that doesn't mean we're going to let him waste all the time.
Well, to be honest with yourself, it'd be one thing.
Wait a second. What if we put repeat offenders on like a clock? Like you have 30 minutes. After that, they get permuted.
It's a good idea. Some people like to play with their food longer, though. That's the problem. People feel left out. We go, oh, you banned him? Darn. We wanted our chance at him, too.
Very fair statement.
Good old Carl Sagan had to introduce this Eratosthenes character in like 1985, huh?
Ridiculous. So, he's still talking about space. Yeah, you're dishonest because we ask you a question. You don't answer the question. Ever. That's dishonest. And saying that, like, you see curvature or whatever else you've said, or that curvature is that the Earth's curvature fits perfectly in the Mount Canahu infrared image, you're dishonest.
That's what he said. It fit the globe geometry perfectly.
Yeah, so that's what you need to provide right now, because you thought you were let off the hook. No, I still want the information. You said you were going to provide it. Where is it?
He won't come off deaf in here. I'm just going to tell him in the chat to get back to this.
Mm-hmm.
I just like to give a shout out to crunchy peanut butter and strawberry jam and toasted white bread. That is all.
Say what? White bread.
I thought you were reading somebody's screen name it start with.
I know. Me too. I had a crunchy peanut butter Cliff Bar.
Hey, I love it. I used to be a smooth guy, and then I realized I'm like, crunchy's kind of awesome when you got the chunks of the strawberry and stuff with the chunks of peanuts. Pretty dope.
Except I don't buy bread anymore because I don't eat bread anymore. But so I got all this peanut butter stored up. Yeah, how come all their priests are all shown with squares and compasses? Almost, I believe you could find images, most of the images of Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, and Newton. Show them with a Freemason trappings. How come all their priests have to be Freemasons, huh? And closely related to people in the church, bishops, popes, priests, like all of them in the Catholic Church. They're all high up ranking people in the church. It's funny that these atheists would go along with these people who were clearly religious fundamentalists. But in a different religious fundamentalists that with a
Sorry.
With a mission to deceive everybody.
So, quick point, Sonny, you raised it. All the Apollo astronauts, 33rd degree Masons, and Copernicus, my guy, definitely a 33rd degree Mason, apparently. Interesting, huh?
Yeah. Maybe that's what GoFast's job is also. Kind of seems like it.
Sonny, for the record, did you just call GoFast a potential Freemason?
I might have alluded to it. Just basically saying it seems like he's kind of doing the same kind of thing, trying to deceive people. But unfortunately, they don't get very far with us because we're going to actually ask for the proof, and they don't have any. So that's why they have to keep talking rather than showing the proof. I would think carefully what you type in here, bro. I'm on a trigger finger right now for you, Go Fast. My band finger is starting to twitch.
Has anybody ever heard of an age limit for Freemasonry? Like how young can you be and become a Freemason?
I don't know. I think they have children's groups.
I'm not defending him, Sonny, but you have other options like you can call diss him or whatever, you know. You think he has any chance to learn anything?
I don't know, man.
Hey guys.
What is true and can be independently verified, yet you've shown us nothing about what is true or what can be verified. Nothing. Oh, he can't hear. He's probably listening to YouTube. Anyway, I'll stop talking to him. He's muted.
Hello guys, I'm back. What? Hello.
Oh, what's up? What's up?
I think trolls came in here.
Three of them.
Three at the same time.
Hi guys.
Wait, godlike, and this guy with a white mask.
No, I was here yesterday and day before that too.
What about them? Why you just say their name? What about them, bro?
They act like trolls.
What the?
Why do you think that I sound like a troll?
Why are you just saying that out of nowhere, bro? Come on.
Well, I don't come in this talk and scream, "Hello, what's up?" I don't do that, you know?
What?
Maybe your mic is kind of loud.
Even my go.
Where do you have your mic? In the toilet? So funny.
I'm in my room, not in my toilet.
What you just say?
Can you guys hear me?
No, when are y'all gonna talk about the flat earth, bro? Come on.
Hold on, you walked into the room, stomp your feet, and like start talking about it? Is that how it works? You don't crush the stone before you ask for information?
What?
Can I ask for one information? I hear one question.
Is it just me or do they seem like trolls, to be honest?
For upcoming, I'm trying to learn something new.
You're not wrong, Saya.
We try to give everybody a chance to display some intellectual honesty.
Saying,
Hello?
why don't you engage with them and make examples of them for the room, my guy? Get that badge back.
Can you repeat that? You mean asking them about flat Earth?
Engage with them.
1 second. I don't know what's engage.
According to my coordination.
What do you mean with engage, man?
Interact. Talk to.
Okay.
Talk to them, see if they can be honest with you. Go ahead.
Why did you came in the server? Are you globe earther, truth seeker, or flat earther? I'm talking to the guys who just came in at the same time.
I'm a globe earther. That's who I am.
Can you show me curvature, please?
Yeah, there's pictures and eyewitness testimony, but I don't think you would accept them.
What are the sources?
NASA and Apollo astronauts.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
Yeah, some of them have to be, but I'm talking about the ones that they saw from a distance that aren't photoshopped.
You know, you can put them in Photoshop and adjust a little bit of contrast and stuff, and you will see that they got. But I'm talking about something. Did you experience like curvature? Did you make experiments to prove for yourself that the Earth is a globe?
No, I made an experiment to prove that it's not flat.
Can I hear them, please?
Sure. I took pictures of the full moon all night long, and it didn't change size, so it can't. The moon isn't moving over a flat plane.
Do you have any? Wait. Can you send me that? Because I think it would be a lot easier to understand. Because
real quick, you're doing fine, sir. But just a second, you're doing fine. I just want you to know you're talking to a long-term glober right now. But go ahead.
A long-time glober.
Perma glober.
Yeah, dude. Here's the thing. I know both of you guys, Matthew and you, right? Because I remember engaging with you. You were like, I think you said you're like 15 or something, aren't you?
14.
14. You're 14. Matthew's a teacher. I'm really excited to listen to you guys engage. So please debate each other. This is interesting.
Can you first thing I'm going to ask for is, can you please I saw a lot of these gas pressure containers, for example. Back then we used them. I think 2 years ago, when I was in vacation, we had one of these gas pressure containers, and I never saw gas pressure without a solid container. Can you please demonstrate that, like maybe an experiment or something, how this works without a solid container in a vacuum or something?
Sure. Gas pressure doesn't require a container. So, for example, if you...
Of course it does. Of course it does.
No, if you're driving in your car...
But gas pressure is the force of gas particles colliding on its container, I think. No, I think I know it.
It's colliding on a surface. It doesn't have to be a container.
We did ask for a demonstration, Matthew, so
sure.
Not just a no.
If you're driving in your car and you roll down the window and stick your hand out, you will feel the gas pressure pressing against your hand.
Yeah, Matthew, you understand that air is in contention here. You already understand that air we're saying is contained, right?
Right, so but I'm saying that the extra pressure.
At the sky.
Is that air right next to a vacuum, Matthew? Is that what's going on? Static air pressure right next to a vacuum, not seeking its equilibrium in it?
Right.
Right.
Come on, man. You gotta have some memory on this. You already understand the argument. So pointing at the sky, the thing that you're trying to prove wouldn't be proof for the thing that you're trying to prove, Matthew. So do you have any other demonstration besides pointing at the sky?
Satellite TVs work, a GPS works, sunsets. You can't see the sun at midnight. The star rotations.
Okay,
I mean,
I'll give you satellites.
Wait.
I'll give you satellites.
Clockwise if you face south, counterclockwise if you face north. Doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah, if you put a clock on the ceiling, it's going to run either clockwise or counterclockwise, no matter which direction you're looking at it.
But I'm waiting for a demonstration because I haven't seen one.
And I'd be happy to give you satellites also if you'll just give us a measured radius first. Because they're based on that.
That's not going to happen because
seems like a fair trade.
you're gonna have from to measure from core to surface, but he's gonna come with the old Greeks that measured that with the sticks and stuff, because that's the difference. You globe earthers use 2 sticks to prove like the radius got measured or something, like to prove the earth is curved. Flat earthers, they buy like $5,000 expensive lasers and shoot them from the other spot to the other, from one spot to the other, A and B.
I thought they build skyscrapers with sticks and shadows still, don't they?
Yeah, something like that. But
That's actually the technology.
that's the difference. That's the difference. We use expensive lasers and stuff, and we shoot them from one point to the other point, and they use 2 sticks to prove anything. That's the difference between flat earthers and globe earthers.
Maybe some globers. I wouldn't say that sticks and shadows prove anything.
You'd be surprised by the goofballs that come in here and argue.
Okay. I would say Eratosthenes measured a shadow and then he calculated the radius based on a preconceived assumption that the Earth was a globe. So he wasn't proving the Earth was a globe. He was saying, if the Earth is a globe, here's how big it is.
Yeah, but however, we don't know what's in the Earth. Everything over 8 miles is theory and speculation. Because we never dig down more than 8 miles. To be accurate, it was something like 6 something. But I mean, round it up. But I have a question right now. I know that's not like an actual pretty strong argument, but when you're in a plane or something, you have the horizon always in eye level, like line of sight. If the Earth was a sphere, no matter how big, you would have to tilt your head down to see the horizon, but this doesn't happen.
Right, the horizon.
I can just keep my head straight. I can keep my head straight, and I will always see the horizon when I go up. I don't have no need to tilt my head down. I don't know if I said it right because English is my 3rd language, but I tried my best.
So we can agree that there's no demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So
I would like you to demonstrate.
Well, Matthew, you get your demonstration. It was the wrong kind of demonstration.
It's not an
Are you doing that on purpose?
Yeah, it's not an agree or disagree.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Well, hold on, real quick. Let me just say this: it's not an agree or disagree thing. Either it can be demonstrated or it can't. It's not like an opinion.
He's gonna say it's too big to demonstrate, but that's not science. That's wishful thinking.
Matthew, I have a sidebar. What grade do you teach, Matthew?
13, 14, 15, and 16.
Grades or year-olds?
Those are the grades. Undergraduate.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Mathematics and computer science.
Okay, I debated teachers too, but not in the topic like physics and stuff, just like mathematics and German.
Because Matthew knows numbers. Matthew, what do you think of the construction plumb bob? Talk about gas pressure.
Those are 2 topics. Plumb bobs point down. Gas pressure is a separate topic. What are you asking?
But when you orient a plumb bob with a level to observe level, you see the little bubble inside of the level, which is an illustration of gas in a container and water in a container.
A plumb bob is a heavy object on a long string, and it points straight down.
Right. And then what's perpendicular to that plumb bob?
A level.
Thank you.
Do you claim that that straight down is the exact same direction in 2 different cities?
Yeah, I'd say my down is the same as your down, Matthew. My up is the same as your up. So we both point.
And how would you prove that?
Well, I just think that's common sense, right? So it's like
it is common sense, but common sense doesn't always mean true.
Well, is there any indication that it's not like that? Is there some indication that the ground curves or something that we haven't seen, that you haven't shown us for some reason?
If we look at a distant object like the sun or the moon, they appear at different angles from different cities.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you were going to show us how the ground curved.
Yeah, that's a way to show it.
No, you're just using the sky. Can you stay at the ground? We're asking for curve.
Yeah,
Not
that's the same thing
about
as Aristophanes. By you saying something in the sky, it's
Eratosthenes
basically the
has
same
two
thing.
S's, not three. Why do
We
why
don't need your assumptions about how the sky works, right? And
Yeah.
inferring things about the
Just
ground
show
from
us
that.
curvature.
All we need is you to show us the direct measurement of drop over distance on the ground.
There is no direct measurement of that or of the height of Mount Everest. Instead,
Then there's
we use
absolutely no
calculations.
reason to think that people have different downs. Okay, next.
Yeah, you can leave the Mount Everest
is.
part. Just go with the first part of your statement, Matthew. There is no curvature measurement. Never been measured.
Right, it's calculated.
Matthew, what do you say about the
Can't
Chicago image?
can't
What
be
do you say about
measured
the Chicago
because
image?
you can't measure something that doesn't exist.
And Matthew, I'd like you asked for an example of how we all observe what down is. If you've ever hung a TV on your living room or bedroom wall, that's always the same, no matter the hemisphere that you hang the TV in.
I don't think it is. I think down is different in every different city.
You just have no way of proving it, huh?
By the aspect of the observance of the plumb bob, which you conceded already was the observance perpendicular, which makes it level. The strict behavior of the plumb bob, we can unpack the idea that everything is pointing down, my friend.
I claim that if you have
Everything
a plumb,
beyond what you observe, beyond what the plumb bob does, is 100%. Cavemen can prove you wrong.
I think the plumb bob in Guatemala City pointing down is not parallel to a plumb bob in Montevideo pointing straight down. But therefore, the ground isn't parallel.
You begin that statement with "I believe," therefore it is speculation. Again,
based on evidence.
Observance of the plumb bob proves you wrong.
No, it just proves that there's a direction down. That's all. I say that they're not parallel. You say that they are.
And you're attempting to say that down is different for different people. How about you leave the definition of down specific to the people that are observing it versus speaking for them?
The scientific evidence is pretty clear. I mean, look at 58 past the hour. That's my reason.
Yeah, what about mechanical gyroscopes, Matthew? What do they say? Do they agree with you or not?
I don't know. I've never tried them, but I would assume they do.
Well, they get leveled to every runway in the world, and when they land, they're still level.
Yeah, you're talking about because they have a leveling mechanism for planes, so that it can.
No, not the ones from the 50s and 60s didn't. No, they didn't. They just spin. And they all say the same thing. They still do. There's still in plenty of planes that fly today.
Well, I'm not an airplane mechanic like you, so I don't.
Obviously. You've never looked into it either, have you?
I don't find the need to look into it, no.
Well, of course you don't.
Matthew, can you explain the Chicago image?
It happens very rarely when the atmospheric conditions are exactly right to allow at least.
What's with the people that saw the same thing on other weather conditions on other days?
Do you suppose that I would need more than one sentence, or are you going to interrupt my sentence again?
You want to use refraction.
That's the right answer.
But did you ever see a refraction or a video of one? Because
the skunk wave image.
No, you don't, because I have seen one, and these things. Do you know how blurry they are? They're completely. You can't get such a clear shot from the Chicago skyline.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
You haven't seen one, because you know how blurry they are. You can't get such a clear shot from a refraction. And
okay, I posted two pictures at 1 past the hour. Which one is more blurry?
The first one.
Right.
I think it's.
So sometimes there's refraction and sometimes there's not. Those are taken from the same camera at the same location.
What's with the people that saw the same thing on other days? For example,
know. This is from QE's website, so you have to ask him.
Yeah, it's part of the argument. It's kind of the point that the horizon changes. It's not Earth curvature.
Exactly. So you can't look at the horizon to tell anything definitive about
So
whether
Matthew,
it occurs or not.
What you're forgetting is that the globe Earth has already claimed that the horizon is Earth curvature. So when you turn around and say, well, I don't think we can use the horizon as proof, that's what you guys have been trying to prove this whole time. The only reason
we're not
we brought
using
up
it
the
to
black
prove.
swan
We're just
is
saying
as
it's
a
consistent.
response. No, it's not. The horizon's not Earth curve, as we have demonstrated. Right?
You
The
haven't
black swan is.
demonstrated that.
Yeah, no, we did, and you just posted it for us. Remember, it's a response to the claim that the horizon is Earth curvature. So it's funny to hear you turn around and say that we can't use the horizon. It's not good enough. Then why did you say it was Earth curvature? Not you, but why are people saying it's Earth curve?
I'm just pointing out that they're different. That you get different things based on the same different days based from the same
that's
camera
our
at the same
point.
point.
That's the point.
So therefore, why do we use those to determine anything?
Because people made the claim that it was curvature. So that's why we had to come out with a response to debunk that claim. And now that it's debunked,
you say the
well,
left picture is right, and I say the right picture is right.
No, they're both correct, Matthew. They're both pictures of reality, demonstrating that the horizon isn't Earth curvature, right? The horizon changes on a day-to-day basis sometimes. So that's kind of our argument. It's not Earth curvature.
So either the left oil rig is physically blocked by water, or it's not. One of those two things is true.
Yeah, well, water doesn't curve, Matthew.
I think it is.
Okay, well,
You're yet to show us that.
Yeah, eyewitness testimony and pictures.
Oh no, eyewitness testimony is just people telling you stories. You need to show us the curving water.
I mean, yeah, if you could demonstrate that, just like you couldn't demonstrate the gas pressure without a container, we'd be open to that. But
I did demonstrate gas pressure.
No, you didn't, Matthew.
You stick your hand out a window.
That's air displacement. We're looking for static pressure inside of a vacuum, not seeking its equilibrium with that available medium.
That's literally
Matthew.
Yeah, but that's obviously not what we're asking for. Like, are you just being dishonest? Like, you're just
okay. How about this? How about the difference in air pressure in the top of this room and the bottom of this room?
God. Listen, Matthew.
Okay, but is there a vacuum in that room that the air is trying to fill?
No, I got the window open.
Is everything seeking its equilibrium still, or did it stop doing that? It just stopped seeking its equilibrium next to an extremely low pressure system? Is that what's happening in your room? Outside is a vacuum, and for some reason the air is just not dispersing into it? Is that what's going on? Or is everything still seeking its equilibrium?
I think it's because of the weight of the air. That's how I would say it. I don't know why you guys don't.
So is that air still seeking its equilibrium, like everything always does?
It's not, because the pressure at the top of the room is slightly lower than the pressure at the bottom due to the weight of the air.
Okay, I think we need to point out something really quickly.
With no container.
The claim on the table is that gas pressure can exist without a container. So
right.
that would involve the air side. So if you're going to point at the air outside as your proof that the air outside doesn't need to be contained, I think you're drowning in ankle deep water at that point.
I'm saying it doesn't need to be contained. You're the ones making the claim that it does.
Matthew, the thing is, when you go to prove it, you're just pointing at the sky.
Yeah, I'm saying wait, and looking at the evidence, like the pressure gradient, looking at how air works, air has weight, all that type of stuff leads to my conclusion.
Yeah, but again, you're using the thing you're trying to prove as the proof.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're begging the question.
No,
you're assuming. You're assuming that because dense things fall or sink, that the air must fade out to an infinite vacuum.
I'm looking at the air fades. As you go higher, you get
okay. Yeah, but does it fade to an infinite vacuum? There's a gradient, right? But as far as we know, all pressure requires containment. That means gradient, which requires pressure, is just proof of containment.
So there's some magical altitude that stops working?
That doesn't have to be magic, Matthew.
No. You're saying there's a magical altitude where it just fades out to 10 to the negative 17 torr.
I say
okay, so we need to see that. That's a huge, bold claim. We need to see that.
No, I'm just saying it's continuous. I don't reify a dome based on faulty logic to say that.
Well, we just don't see any example of air pressure being able to exist without some sort of containment unless you can just show us without begging the question that happens.
No,
You didn't. You talked about air displacement. You talked about differentials and things, but this air is still seeking its equilibrium. It's not next to. Okay, so what if your upper ceiling was a? What if your ceiling or up in the high end of the room there was a vacuum? Is the rest of the air in the room just not going to fill it?
No, there's a differential based on how far it is and the distance and how much air is in there. So there's a differential with no container. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, can you demonstrate that without pointing at the thing that you're trying to prove?
Yeah, get a barometer and put it at the bottom of your room, and then get a barometer and take it to the top, and you'll see a difference in pressure with no container.
Okay, Matthew, listen, brother.
That's solid evidence.
No, it's not. I'm trying to make it very clear for you, right? So the air that you're pointing at, the bottom of your room, top of your room, the air outside that you put your hand in, that's the gas pressure. That's in contention, right? The claim is that it's uncontained.
No,
so
I'm
you just
saying
say, well,
there's a pressure differential with no container.
Yeah, again, you're just you're trying to use the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof.
No, I'm not.
You don't see the fault in this?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, then we can make it very clear, right? Because again, the claim on the table is that you don't need a container for gas pressure.
And that's false.
That's our point, Matthew.
You have gas pressure right next to an infinite vacuum.
Matthew, that's our point. That it's false, that you don't need a container. Correct, that's false. Oh my God, dude. That's our point. Yes, it's false that the claim that you don't need a gas pressure without a container. Yes, of course that's false. Because you can't demonstrate it without trying to use the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof.
So pressure differential requires no container.
No, that requires
so
pressure,
Matthew-
which requires containment.
Well, wait, yes or no? Does a pressure differential require a container?
Yes, because it requires pressure, which requires...
Okay, so then how is there a pressure differential at the top of the room versus the bottom of the room if there's no container?
We live in a dynamic system, Matthew.
Yeah.
What if I close the window? It's not dynamic.
Huh?
What if I close the window and the door? It's not dynamic then.
Okay, but there's
you're still in there breathing. You're still
air
there
that
moving
you're
around,
pointing
right?
A little bit, yeah.
The air that we breathe is what's in contention here, Matthew. This is what you're not understanding, right? So
I'm understanding perfectly. You guys,
I don't think you are, because you keep trying to point at it as if that's the proof.
Hey, Matthew, do you know that gas fills the available volume?
Yes,
happens,
but
right?
it has a slight downward bias. It doesn't fill equally.
Gas has a slight downward bias, so helium has
due
a
to its
downward
weight.
bias. Okay, but does gas fill the available volume? Will it do that? If I pop a balloon, will it disperse to fill the available volume beyond the balloon?
Yes, with some pressure.
Obviously,
differential.
right? It's kind of a rhetorical
if the
question,
differential is
right?
big enough, then
So what you're telling us is because you see a differential of pressure in your room, that there's the adjacent available volume of an infinite vacuum in the sky.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
That's stupid, though, Matthew.
Yeah,
it's not stupid. It's quite intelligent.
No, it is stupid because, like, I'm looking outside right now at the air, right? So you're saying that it's uncontained, and when we ask for proof, you're just pointing back outside at the sky, brother.
Yeah, and you just contradicted yourself because you agreed. Yeah, okay, yeah, of course, pressure fills the available volume, right?
But
saying
then
you
you pressure
said that there's the
differential
available.
requires no container, and you agreed.
Okay, but you can't prove that, though.
I just did. I said the top of the room.
No, you didn't, dude. No, you didn't. Because
you just contradicted yourself.
If you don't want to believe me, then that's okay.
It's not about believing. It's can you demonstrate it? You're just pointing outside, brother. How do you not get this? They're saying, well, outside.
I'm the one getting it. You're
Can
the
we
guy
prove that?
not getting it.
No, listen. I've been trying to make it clear for you, right? So it's like they're saying that the air outside and the air in your room doesn't need to be contained, right?
Right.
So when you go, okay, so where's the proof? You're just pointing outside
the weight of the air, as demonstrated by pressure differential.
That's my point, Matthew. You're just pointing at the sky.
No, the weight of the air is the answer.
No, dude. Again, this is the thing you're trying to prove. So using the thing that you're trying to prove as the proof for the thing that you're trying to prove is just retarded, Matthew.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go in a few minutes, unrelated to the fact that I'm winning this argument. But
you're not winning. You're not. You're just
totally
not
Just ask anybody
you're
who's
not demonstrating the claim that's on the table.
Matthew,
you're
you're a legend in your own mind, Matthew.
Yeah.
You're a legend in your own mind.
Dude.
Matthew, you think that you're winning, but you just told us a minute ago that gas fills the available volume, and then you told us that there's an available volume of an infinite vacuum in the sky that for some reason the gas you're breathing isn't filling. So
I said gas fills the available volume with a slight downward bias. If it's big enough, then that bias would contain all of the air.
So helium experiences a downward bias then. Okay.
Helium experiences gravity, yes.
I just want to say that you didn't win anything because you engaged initially
I
with a
promise you I did. You
14-year-old
asked any
trilinguist.
scientifically minded person.
And yeah, it's scientifically minded. That's my point. You outlined the case in point there, my guy.
Well,
Science!
He's invoking gravity, which is invoking his ball. He's just begging the question on so many levels. If there was any gravity, it would have formed a ball out of the Earth in the adjacent vacuum of space that you also can't show us. You can't show us any of those things, so you can't use gravity. So, what else?
And you guys can't explain why there's a pressure differential.
Well, there's no gravity because gravity would have formed the Earth into a ball in the adjacent vacuum of outer space that you say exists that you also can't show us. But neither of those things happened. So.
Why is it hard to breathe on the top of Mount Everest?
Because there's a pressure gradient, Matthew.
There's a pressure gradient, exactly.
I don't know. Is it because?
Now listen to this.
Wait, is it
there a
because?
container?
Is it because Mount Everest is in outer space? Is it 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure at the top of Mount Everest?
No, I think it's about a third of the atmosphere up there.
Okay, so not even close. So your claim is that there's a gradient that fades out to a quadrillionth of the pressure at sea level. Now you're showing us pressure that's a third of that.
There's a gradient that peters out way up high.
Okay, yeah, you're begging the question all the way down because you're showing us pressure that's a third of that which is at sea level. And then you're going, well, it probably just fades out to another quadrillionth of what's at sea level.
No, it fades out at a very predictable rate that we can measure and observe and calculate.
Let me try to make it.
He didn't observe it, or else he would have shown it to us.
Listen, Matthew. Here's a really simplified argument here.
Okay,
so we're saying that all bananas require a peel, but you keep talking about, well, I can slice the banana up into little slices. Okay. It still came from a peel, Matthew. So the gradient still came from containment. So you bringing up banana slices doesn't prove that you don't need a peel for a banana. Okay, so we know there's a pressure gradient because there's gas pressure because there's containment.
Yeah, and you also can't use gravity as a get-out-of-jail-free card for this because gravity, until you can demonstrate your ball, is just sci-fi mechanics pertaining to the ball and how it should work. So no ball, no gravity. It's just more begging the question. It's the only thing you've done this whole conversation. If that's a win for you, sorry to hear that.
What's the pressure at 100 miles high then?
Okay, you keep going back.
Is it 10 to the negative 17 torr? What is it? Tell me what it is. Did you get a measurement that shows that it's 10 to the negative 17 torr? It's a quadrillionth of that which is at sea level? Let's see.
It's like 1 Pascal. I don't know how small it is, but it's pretty small up there.
Why didn't you check? You're in here arguing this whole time. You don't know how much pressure that is.
I'm not going to look it up.
Okay.
Matthew, where is gravity the strongest?
At the sea level.
So why doesn't gravity stop gas pressure from dispersing in all directions where it's the strongest?
It does. The weight of air makes the atmospheric pressure the highest at sea level.
But it goes in all directions at the surface. So if it's much weaker, way higher up next to a vacuum, how would it stop it from going in all directions?
It's only like 90%. It's only 10% weaker. So, and it's due to the weight of the air.
But the point is that gravity is the strongest at the surface, and it doesn't stop it from doing what you need it to stop it from doing.
No, it makes a gradient at the surface and higher. That's what gravity does.
Gravity makes a gradient? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
he's the weight of the air. Stop him right there.
That's sci-fi mechanics for your ball that you can't show us. You don't have experimental validation for gravity. You also don't have the ball that gravity was supposed to have formed in the adjacent vacuum that you're also just assuming. So can't do that.
Yeah, so can you use something besides assumptions on things that have never been proven?
Yeah, measurement, logic, reason. Those are all.
Oh, so nothing physical. Okay, so are you just ignoring the gas laws?
No, I'm using the pressure gradient that's well observed and well known.
Yeah, you didn't answer the question. Are you ignoring the gas? Are you ignoring the gas laws?
No.
Really, it sounds like you are. You're saying it's gravity, not
I'm
gas
using
laws.
the gas laws plus the acknowledgement that air has a slight downward bias due to its weight.
Okay, could you please show me a citation for the